Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian, and I'm the Novice Prospect. And I am thinking today we want to maybe learn about 3D programming or 3D game programming. Um, I've prepared a few resources that should help us maybe learn a bit more stuff as well. It's a good tutorial from what I'm seeing here at Godot.com. I'm gonna leave a link in the repo, of course, once we upload everything. Anyways, let's just go ahead and sort of read through and see what's going on here. Let me go and change my YouTube tab. Also, that's maybe a little loud. Wait, is this actually being captured? No, it is not. 2 seconds. I need to in here. Whoops, that's the wrong 2 seconds. I have slight issues, but it's all good. Give me here, give me you, give me an audio capture, I guess. I know, application audio capture, yes. We'll do like so. Yes, and the application. I do apologize. Should be better now. Need a filter against that. Whereby just drop the sound down a bunch. How's that when we talk? I hope that's better. Maybe a bit more. Need to fix my compressor a bit. Also, threshold sort of here. How's that? That seems reasonable. Cool. Apologies. Tech issues, as they say. Everything is good, yes. Okay, cool. Let's now read. So this is what we're going to create. Basically, sort of like the squash the minions that we did the first time round. Squash the creeps, but in 3D. Now, we might even look into Blender and see if we can change those models or make our own models. I don't know yet. Seems a lot to take on, but we'll just have a look, okay? So we're going to learn to work with 3D coordinates with a jumping mechanic, use kinematic bodies to move 3D characters and detect when and how they collide. Okay, use physics layers and a group to detect interactions with specific entities. Code basic procedural gameplay by instancing monsters at regular time intervals. This is sort of what we did before, but now we're just doing it in 3D. I feel like this is going to be very similar to what we did before. And then design a movement animation and change speed at runtime. Draw user interface on a 3D game. Okay. This tutorial is for beginners who follow the complete getting started series. Will start slow with detailed instructions, shorten them to as we do similar steps. Or we can just browse the source. No, I think I want to build it from scratch. We did do the 2D one. So we should be more comfortable with also the Godot environment and that, which I feel like we should be good with. So yeah, let's. So we're making a game first. Let's maybe start with that, right? So we'll create learning learning Godot 3D, right? I feel like that's reasonable. Say create and Godot engine start. Good. Okay, so yeah, we're now in an empty 3D space. Open and click the import button. So you want me to import the entire thing. So is this something that we do in all 3D projects? Although there's no code here, this is just assets. From what I'm seeing here. Maybe it's more. But no, it looks like it's gonna be MG with everything else. Okay, so I don't. Yeah, I don't think I want to do this. I think I want to do this manually. Okay, so what I mean is we have a link. Okay, let me go into workspace repos, learning Godot 3D, and we'll just for now grab this file. Okay, get me in there, and let me, where is that? Here. Go in here, and I believe I really just want art and fonts copied in. I mean, we can take the icons, sure. But I'm gonna leave the project Godot exactly where it is. And so this is web P, which means we're gonna get rid of the SVG versions. Right, and let me just have a quick look through this. We can do this stuff ourselves, I feel like. Oh, you're doing a report. Art, fonts, icon web P. Let me see. Do we have project settings where I can say, what is this? Anti-aliasing, quality. Oh, we're probably in here. No? Oh, that's physics. No. MSA. D2. So this, right? That's basically one of the options being set here. Then the icon is being set, and we're not allowing Blender imports for one reason or another. So where's the icon? Let's find out. Right there. Right, we can do that ourselves. And then we can give it a description. In this game, we jump on creeps. On creeps and squash them. I don't see much else. Packed string array is just the version of Godot that it was made in. Right. Cool. Matter of fact, 2 seconds. Let me go and just kick out that zip file. Goodbye. Nope. Think so. Like so. Okay, cool. So, 2 3D models, player GLB and mob GLB, some materials that belong to those models, and a music track. Right. Yes, I see mob and player, okay. Setting up the playable area. We're going to create our main scene with a plain node at its root. In the scene doc, click the so we've done this before. We'll literally make a new just node. You say, right? Yep. We'll create that and we'll call this main. Okay, cool. Let's go and save this as main. Yes. Shall we do some git stuffs maybe as well? Git status is not okay. So let's get in it. I want to be initial branch. Initial branch being main, right? Whoops. No, not here, Sebastian. Not here. Not in my home directory. It still is not a. Okay, fine. Do we actually have a git ignore? Yes, we do. So you should know some of these things. Let's cat dot git ignore. I feel like there should be more in there. We need our C# stuff in there as well somehow. Let me go and try and fix that now. Git ignore. Nope. Essentially, I would say anything bin, anything obj. Possibly this way, because we want any subdirectory having this pattern. Anything else? I think that is it, really. I don't see the need for anything else right now anyways. Cool. Oh wait, git add. Actually, why am I being... Or why am I making this painful on myself? I do not know. Right. We can just check out what's happening here, right? This all looks reasonable. Here's where Git becomes a little inefficient, I'm noticing. Because if we change any of these assets, it changes essentially, or it's actually counterintuitive to how Git is actually meant to work, because Git isn't meant to work with binary blobs as such. It's more meant to deal with code changes. But we're just going to assume that our assets aren't going to change all that much, because they're pre-made, we're not doing anything to them. And unlike the 2D version, we're not constantly changing the file again, I don't think that's how that works in this case. So I'm happy enough to just upload the binary blobs and assets as were. Okay. Initial commit with main scene only. Like, let's call it that, right? Commit. We will probably want to make a little repo to push it into. Let me go and quickly do that. New repo in the org. I will post the link in the chat in just a second, the minute we've done that, and we will call it just learning Godot 3D as before. 3 Yeah, I can type. There's no template for that. We don't need to initialize it because we are doing that from our side. So I just create the repo, I think. Let me get remote add origin. Let me just grab the repo link here. Boom. Learning Godot 3D. Right. And we should be able to just publish this out now. Right? Looks like we did a thing. Let me confirm. Probably just click here and boom, code. Hurrah. Let me move you over, and I think I don't want to do this on main though. Like that feels ugly, right? But it just feels like no. So git check out branch dev, I guess. Like I don't think I want to follow this sort of chapter path anymore. I think I want to have a sort of a development branch, and maybe if we wanted we could then make feature branches off of there, but we're only going to sort of merge in, I think now from this development branch back into main. I think. Okay. We're now on there and we're going to just publish this out. This we should be good, right? It's like good status. Branch up to date with dev, origin dev. So yeah, cool. Let me find the tutorial again. So we've made the main node now. Now what? You can use a static body 3D. That's basically to create a static collider like his floor. Okay. So they require collision shaped 3D child nodes to define the collision area with the main node selected. Yeah. We'll make a new static body 3D. No. That's a 2D body. We need static body 3D. I see it. Okay. Okay, and then two. Yeah, we're adding it to this, so we will call this one actually ground, right? This body, this static body, and to that we need to add a child of a collision body. Collision shape 3D, right? Yeah, collision shape 3D. Okay. Right, now what? Because we haven't defined a shape for that yet, it's giving us a warning. I get that. We had the same in 2D. And we can just go and create that. Sorry. Did I just kill my Godot? No, you didn't. I just clicked the wrong button. I need to make here. What kind of shape are we making? A box shape. A box shape 3D. Okay, I see a box shape. Okay, cool. You can click and drag these to edit the box shape, extend it interactively. We can also precisely set the size and inspect it. That's what I was looking for. Click on the box shape 3D to expand the resource. So that's basically here, and then we're going to say to it, it's going to be 60 wide, 2 broad, I guess, is that right? And 60 for the Z axis. Oh, right. Okay. Wow. Okay. We're making a big field. Well, okay. Yeah, it's 60 by 60 meters. Okay. Interesting. So basically, if you make a cube 1 by 1 by 1, you basically make a Minecraft world in this. Cool. Collision shapes are invisible. We need to add a visual floor that goes along with it. Select the ground node and add a mesh instance. Right. So back here, a mesh instance 3D, right? Yes. Are you quite done there, dog?
He's leaving us alone.
Not if I was bouncing against my chair. Mesh instance 3D. And create a box mesh to create a visible box. Right. Right, and then we need to give it the same 60 by 2 by 60 dimension. That seems silly. Like, straight up, if I'm thinking about that, that's like we're making two different objects and we need to define twice their size. Shouldn't this be inheritable? Advanced, doesn't matter. Yes, we see a grey wide slab. It is wide and thin and whatever. Yes. We're going to move the ground down so we can see the floor grid. To do this, the grid snapping feature can be used. Grid snapping can be activated in the 3D editor, which is this button here. Okay, then move the... Ah, snapped right there, cool. We should actually see... Wait a minute. Whoops. I did a whoopsie doopsie, I think. Yes, I need to actually move this entire instance down, and that takes the other two objects with it. Ah, cool. So that sort of stuff is then inherited once you set the sort of position for the... Okay. Well, I guess that's what's called its origin, right? In the transform, or the position, but I think you would normally call this the origin. Anyways, cool. And there's indeed the translation -1 meter that we're expected to see. Cool. What else? We need a light source. Okay. And apparently it's going to be a directional light. Again, make sure we're in 3D space when we select anything, right? So I figure this is why red and blue. To make it maybe easier to, like, see. Or differentiate, I should say. Yeah, definitely something happened to the lighting. Cool. Okay, so we want to move it up first. The shadow we want on, apparently. Okay. Move it up by clicking and dragging on the manipulator screen, out of which we did, and the red arc. Okay. All right. Okay. I see the little arrow at the at the. Let me go and do that again. Let's zoom in. I want to zoom in on this if possible. Is that a thing? Or maybe even this will be visible enough, but there is a little white arrow at the bottom of that box that tells us where the light is shining. Okay, cool. So maybe I want to do sort of something like this, and then move the light over a bit. So we're just going to create shadows sort of diagonally down here on the floor, okay? Now we make a player scene and base movement. Okay, so let's maybe save all this and commit this into repository. Created light source and floor plus collider. I'm gonna just call it that, right? Commit. Thank you. Oh, yes. Let me, before I forget, because I already did obviously forget, I was meaning to post these links in chat. Go like so, and then we go and we pin so anyone wanting to follow along can just check out the code themselves. I will obviously post a bit more information in the readme in between as well. Where is my Twitch? Thank you. You go and pin until I unpin. Thank you. Cool. Apologies. The needs must. Now we're making a new scene, so we're gonna end up doing this importing thing again, and this seems to be sort of a common feature in these game engines where you still separate out different parts of the game into their own scenes. Okay, and we want to make a character body 3D. Not caca, 9 caca. So sorry. Helps if you could type. What are we doing with this? Oh, we'll call us the player. But I guess I can get behind that. Right. We add a 3D node to the child as a child. A node 3D.
Probably.
Mm.
It just showed up on YouTube.
Oh, there we go. Hey, Nico. WSG, not sure what you mean with that, but hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out 3D programming, 3D game programming, I should say. It's yeah. So far, we're still just following Godot tutorial, but it's when we get into the math thing, I want to sort of try and figure that out. But you know, we need something to work with and figure out first. Oh, pardon me. What's good it means. Yeah, what's good is everything. Life's good, I would say. Add a node 3D to this player. Why, I wonder. But yes, node 3D, go to. And we call it apparently a pivot. And we drag our player onto that. Are you sure? Apparently so. Hello, Godot logo in 3D. Thank you. So this should instantiate the model as a child of pivot. You can rename it character. We can, yes, I suppose. So the GLB file contains 3D scene data based on the open source GLTF 2.0 specification. Gesundheit. They're a modern and powerful alternative to a proprietary format like FBX, which Godot also supports. To produce these files, we designed the model in Blender 3D and exported it to GLTF. No, this is actually Godoting. So it's game design or game development. But I think we will also be blendering, maybe, because I see also a Blender file here. I see playapp.blend. This to me indicates it's a Blender file, right? Shall we test that assumption? I have Blender installed. I can prepare somewhat. File. I honestly have no idea about any other stuff. I'm trying to sort of experiment in between as well in my free time, but I'm hopelessly lost. I will be honest, but it's fine. Honestly, this is why we're here. Go home. Go into my workspace. Oh no, me no artist. Me novice programmer needing to use art for making games appear. Can't make a game appear on screen or anything appear on screen essentially without some sort of art, I guess. So you know, we need to dip our toes. So we are dipping toes. Learning Godot 3D art player blend open. Like, how do you get from just this empty shape, what I'm seeing here? Like, how? There's a camera. There's a point. Okay, so now you've started rendering it. Okay, I understand. But what's that point about? Then we have... I want to say that is decidedly not a sphere, even though you call it a sphere. What? Okay, no, wait. It has more things. It has more things in it. I would have hoped to be able to see the actual objects. Nah. I honestly have no idea. Yeah, I can see that blendering is very, very hard. We have... I can sort of make out the objects, you know, making up this body, I guess. In a very rough and tumble way, but... I'm just playing. We're not going to save any of this, right? We're just... Like, what is... Yeah. You either need to be all of that yourself, or you need to employ people to do that for you. It's as simple as it gets, yes. I suppose in a very real sense, you can do a very fundamental and rough and tumble job yourself somehow. But if you want convincing art or a convincing look for any game, you're gonna need something more than fundamentals. I can't pretend to understand how we're getting from saying this is a sphere to what I assume to be 1, 2, Like, the legs, they could just be a clone of each other, or possibly even mirrored. I honestly don't know, right? But I can sort of obviously make out the objects, right? And we're just sort of putting them together. But I honestly couldn't convincingly tell you how this actually was made, if I'm being honest. And for now, there's no shame in this. Like, we may as well need to go at some point and do an actual just Blender tutorial, right? As silly as this sounds, but right, gonna have to learn touching this stuff somehow. So let's just not save any of this. We have one dog. It's Patch. Now, a bit of backstory. He's a rescue, and he used to basically be in a crate all day while the owners were out. There was other stuff going on as well, and the person that we got it from basically ended up alone because the husband offed himself, and she had got 3 kids plus the dog, who's had his own sort of anxiety needs, and we decided to take him on, and I have no regrets. I love him to bits, but he's very playful still, very young, and yeah. And his name is Patch because he's a border collie, and he's mostly white face, but black patch right on over his left eye. So love him to bits, as I say. Anyways, let's keep going here in just the 3D world programming, because ultimately there's always a way of just going on the internet and putting into Google, hey, I need a 3D model for whatever, right? There's markets for that. They're even built into most of these game editors. So I'm not too worried right now about like models and art, right? I want to understand the mathing sort of little bit behind it all, and how games are made, really, right? Because I think this is for me a lot about appreciating the effort that game developers have to go through to make things appear for us on screen, and to make them smooth, and to make it an enjoyable experience. Because I think this is something that we all, as gamers, just don't appreciate, maybe. Right, so we need a collision shape for this now. Select the player node again, right, and add a collision shape. We can do that. We should actually have here collision shape 3D available still from the recent list, and it's going to be a sphere shape from what I'm seeing here, right? Which, yeah, we can enclose this in a sphere. I could see that happening. Like, how do you size this up appropriately? Do we completely do this manually? Make a bit larger by dragging the orange dot in the viewport. Radius of about 0.8 meters, he says. No, I think I would want it bigger. Or, wait. So, we're thinking now about collisions in 3D space, right? And the goal in this game is for our main body probably to hit the enemy below, and that be the interaction. Oh, nice. This is called Godot. I'm gonna do this in C#, so I'm actually using Godot Mono. Like I'll literally put it in chat quickly here, boofed. And so you can even download it on Steam. Quite literally, the Godot engine is on Steam for free, and you can just get started there. Now, the reason I use it is because I'm completely on Linux, And Unreal Engine is a little difficult in my particular environment, and Unity is just painful, right? And the first time I looked at a Unity tutorial, and I want to be honest here, I was quite annoyed with that. The Unity engine tutorials were basically ending up in the situation where you start the tutorial, they say go and download this package, and then hit play because the game's already done for you. It's pre-made. You just hit play and it's there. You know. Oh, but that's the thing. Unreal Engine 5 nowadays can pull off some amazing stuff, right? Requires huge amounts of optimization, and it requires huge amounts of knowledge, deep knowledge of C++ programming to really pull it off well and fast. But yeah, you can, absolutely, I know. But okay, so as I say, we have a collision around him, and I think this is actually okay, because the collision box underneath here, this little half circle, this is going to be where we need to hit to make the enemy then disappear. And then we want to align it with the grid's plane, but why? I could see myself moving collision shape up to, excuse you. Oh, yeah, I think we're snapping, that's why. Right, yeah. Just bring it up to there. Just literally bottom of the body, there we go. CS. Absolutely, computer study, computer sciences. Mathematics, I struggle, I'll be honest. Whereas I'm going to show you something. I'm basically prepared resources even for today, and asked AI about showing me those resources. Now, the way I use AI is I give it a problem. I say, okay, I need documentation for this, or make me a list of courses that I can follow. This is what I use AI for, and this is what I came up with, or what I got back. Basically, a very text-oriented, but I feel like good starter on like vectors and matrices and cross products, like what else? Quaternions. This is all 3D stuff that we're gonna need, but I can look up in here, you know, how this stuff comes together. I found this course as well, helping me understand why sine, cosine, and tan exists, what it is, because none of this makes sense to me. I basically left school a bit too early. Right, and so math is always just a book with 7 sigils to me. Whereas computer sciences, I understand computers well. To me, just more natural to get behind. But it's a very personal choice, I think. Like, there's people that, for them, math clicks on such a level and it clicks so hard that I think for them, nature almost unfolds to them in a way that it does, like the Matrix does to Neo. Yeah, this is basically so if you think about German school systems, I got held back 1 year because of bad grades, but by the time I was 16, I was in 9th grade in the Hauptschule. I got graded on from Realschule to Hauptschule, and again, these are concepts that are hard to explain in English really. But basically, I got graded on to a lesser form of education, where less knowledge is assumed, and to be honest, right, I started actually in 7th grade. I was on a gymnasium on A levels, but stuff happened, life happened. Let's just leave it at that. And I got as far as Pythagoras and maybe drawing some diagrams, and then all the math that people were learning afterwards was just excluded from me because, yeah, I got kicked out from home and couldn't finish school. So, yeah. But a lot of this stuff makes sense to you. You understand it on a deep level. Because this is the thing about this German school system that I've always admired. The way the curriculum is built up stepwise over the years on these foundational levels, literally building blocks on top of each other, it makes sense and it works. It is what it is. Life be life, and you know, and I got through it. I'm still here, motherfuckers. What you gonna say? Yeah. Yeah, this that last year, that 13th year is always the hardest, I hear as well. Yeah, see, this is why I ended up not finishing school at the age of 16, getting kicked out at home, and yeah, not finishing any form of school system. I don't even have a finishing Zeugnis, finishing grades from the Hauptschule. So, you know, in Germany, you know how that goes for jobs. But I've muddled my way through. I've done a lot of computer tech support jobs, and I was lucky a lot of times where people would literally just present a problem to me on a computer that they had maybe sitting around somewhere and say, here, just what's the problem, and go and fix it. And like, yeah, boom, 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 done. What else do you want? Ooh, ooh, you burnt it. You burnt it. Ja, ich verstehe. Ich verstehe es. Ist okay. I get it. I get it. My wife has a very fun way of saying how the Germans are brought up. We're not brought up, we're cloned up.
No, you're conditioned up.
Or conditioned up, that's the way she says it. Yeah, we're conditioned up. And for at least for my generation, I'm 46 now, getting 47 this year. Yeah, it rings true. Yeah, but by that time, I feel you're in a position where you have the tools to know how to learn for yourself. Like, I absolutely failed with a lot of subjects that I was now in a position of, yep, okay, let me now go and touch the subject myself and I will figure it out. Which is why we're here in the first place, right? Okay, now we're making input actions. This is familiar. We've done this before. We've done before. This is literally just your project settings, and we'll make an input map. And we will need a few actions, left, right, forward, back, and jump. Okay? So our first action is a move left, move right, move. I want to get the terminology the same so we're not stumbling into naming issues later on where I can't find a certain variable or something, right? Move back.
Catching up.
And jump.
What should just be in?
Right. And now we're adding the buttons to those actions. So we have add event. Okay. Want A. Right. So we're gonna do WASD end arrow keys. I feel like that's a thing we want to do. If I had a joypad connected to my computer, obviously I would bind those straight away as well. Wait, this is forward. What are you considering forward? Up. Okay, it was just making sure we were talking the same language here. Which is W. Back is down. And S and jump is going to be space, right? So if you do it with your right hand on arrow keys, you can use space on your left hand, and same the other way around, or you could use, yeah, that feels okay. Right, that is a very straightforward thing that once we've sort of learned how the input system works, it's so repeatable and so easy to understand. It's beautiful, actually, I must say. Now we're moving the player with code in a minute. Okay, it's time to code. We're going to use input actions we create in the last part to move the character. Right click the player node and select attach script. Okay, let's do just that, attach script. No, please give me C#. In-house character body 3D, and it's player.cs. There, create. I was gonna say, and there we go. You've reused the same Godot instance, sorry, VS Code instance. Perfect. What is actually my timing right now? Oh my god, would you believe it? It's my break time. Sorry, I'm both ears. Sorry. Yes. Before I get too lost in any further shenanigans, let me go and do exactly that. Let's go on a quick break. Well, so making my own game engine, yes and no. For me, there's this thought of why reinvent the wheel when a good enough wheel has already been invented. Okay, for now, I actually have a good enough wheel already, because when we made when we worked yesterday on Monogame and made shaders work, like, I have all the pieces I needed for any game really in Monogame already, because I can literally show you quickly an example. If I just go and fire up another console quickly, repos, oh god, what is it, Novice Physics. This is basically built on the same game engine that we built around Monogame, or it's a sort of core library that allows access to a lot of Monogame things. .NET. Let's just run this. This is a demo I basically built over an hour. Over the weekend. I was just wanting to play around with a bit of physics stuff in a sort of game engine, and I understood well enough how my core library was wrapping around Monogame and how to implement stuff, and this is the demo. I can right click to make the balls disappear. I can spawn 100 balls with a left click in all sizes and make them bounce around. And they lose energy over time, slowly but surely. They follow sort of Earth's gravity constant, and now they start settling. They never quite fully settle. There's still stuff that's not quite worked yet, but yes, I have balls. But right, the point being, there's no need to reinvent the wheel, in my personal opinion. Right, I have something that feels very good already in a way. Anyways, let me go on a quick break. If you remember, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe, all that good stuff. I will be back in 3 to 5. Time enough for a stretch and a new brew. It's definitely time for more brew. But with that, I shan't be long, and I will be seeing you momentarily. Let me go and do a little thing. I have downloaded Hollywood. It's a funny little script for Linux which just pretends there's a whole bunch of stuff happening on your machine. So we're going to run that. And with that, I won't be long. And with that, I am... I do apologize. I was muted. Oh my goodness. Mistakes were made. I'm sorry. But thanks for letting me know. Phone's kicking off something fierce. Let me go and mute it. Go away. Nobody cares about you right now. Oh, it's just spam mail and stuff. Like, nothing important.
Yeah.
Is action pressed? Move right. That was one of our actions that we had defined. If that is the case, we direction.x plus equals, I imagine, right? 1.0f. So we're adding 1 meter per second into the right direction. Right. Cool. And then these are all separate if statements. So we can just copy left and say this is minus equals, right? That's straightforward enough. If we're saying we push back, that is in the y direction now. Okay, which means we're going to copy this and just make sure, yeah, if we're going back, it's plus. So coming towards us for some reason. And move forward, that'll be minus equals, right? Oh, that's actually Z. Oh god, that I'm gonna have to get used to. Why? Okay, it's the X and Z axis that we're working on. XZ plane is okay. Okay, so instead of using the normal process function call, which is essentially like the update call in Monogame, which happens in between frame updates, right? Just that in this case we're doing it through the physics pipeline. That's essentially what's going on here, right? Physics-related code like moving a kinematic or rigid body updates denote using fixed time intervals. Idle and physics processing, we could even look into this if we needed to. Run in a loop each frame, you need to update the state of your game before drawing it on the screen. Exactly. Node process and physics process. Happens at a fixed interval 60 times per second by default. Okay, whereas normal processing tries to run as often as possible. I can see why you would want physics to be at fixed time intervals. Like, it's more predictable and reversible that way. Because then you can make it truly deterministic and run it forwards as well as backwards. I believe. Anyways, off topic for now. I understand actually what's happening here. Literally, this is really straightforward. Every single time we're processing the next frame, essentially we're saying, hey, we don't have a direction. Let's say, hey, where's our direction coming from? Well, it's our input. I figure we're gonna need to add something to that though. Something like, if we're in the air, do gravity or something. But let's. Now we basically say Right, okay, now we need to basically do a bit of a normalization. And this is something we did in 2D space as well. When you press both left and up keys, for example, you would have actually a vector as bigger than 1.0 in that direction, and so you normalize it to sort of bring it back down so you're not being faster as you go diagonally, which was a common bug in old games, by the way. So if direction is not, if we're moving, if it's not vector 3.0, right? Morning, Messy Bex, how you doing, hen? Nice to see you. We'll make our direction to be, we'll just normalize it. You can literally just call that direction.normalized, if I could type. And so this is an interesting little remark. Setting the basis property will affect the rotation of the node. Get node. So we get the pivot, change its basis, and say basis is looking at direction, or new direction. We compute the direction the pivot is looking at by creating a basis that looks in the direction. Right, okay. Then we update the velocity. Okay. Right, okay, let's go with that. I will actually copy this comment. And see. For now, we'll do this in the normal get nodes. Come on. Don't play with me now here, computer. Just follow along, okay? Can you do that for me? Being called pivot. Pivot. Dot basis is basis dot looking at direction. Let's go and compile some code, because you're not aware of any bindings to .NET or anything. So let's make that maybe happen, right? Oh God. No suitable method found to override. Okay. Did I break something? So this isn't right. It's not numerics. It should all be coming from Godot. Right. Can you try and just run this or debug this something? C# Godot. Set it up for me. Maybe not. Because you is not happy. But this is literally the only using we should be needing from what I'm seeing here. There's nothing special going on here at the moment. Let me try and rebuild this. Nope. No suitable method found to override. Did I type or something? Did I fucky-wucky? No, it looks exactly the same. Confused.com. Sorry, something isn't working quite the way I was expecting it to, and I'm not sure why that is. Uh, are you even doing anything? No problems have been detected. Are you sure about this? Like, I feel like you're not quite aware of what's happening to yourself. Let me go and actually do a thing. Let's go and kill a bunch of stuff here. Like let's go and say let's save you. I don't imagine you will build now. Like yeah. It's not like something magic happened and fixed it. The player itself has a script right there, and we should be able to load this, right? Yes. Okay, I'm just waiting for Visual Studio Code to sort of pick up everything and interpret everything. Okay. This is at least we're getting something, you know, where we're getting errors back at this more than we had before. Public override void physics process. This is literally what I'm seeing here. Physics process. One fucking S missing. Physics process. It's fine. This is fine. The life of coding be like this. I think you built like I think we have actually got a build result. Cool. Let's continue. Right, so now comes this is the part where we now basically take gravity into account. Right, so first we basically calculate our so-called ground velocity. Right, and target velocity dot x comes from direction times direction x times speed. Makes sense so far. Then we do the same with the axis, or z, depending on which side of the ocean you're from, the big pond. Then we do the vertical velocity, which is our gravity now, which basically, interesting, is on floor. Is that just a built-in function? I imagine it to be. Let's see here. If not is on. Oh, it's literally a built-in thing. So that must be coming from the collider that's attached to this, right? Because we had to attach a collider to this to even make it work, this character body 3D. So that's going to pass us in these things if it's on floor, on ceiling. Okay. It's a function call as a matter of fact, okay. And if we're not on the floor, we're basically saying that our target velocity in the y-axis So this is up and down in this weird thing. Something where you have these sort of angles X, Y, and Z. I guess I can get behind that. Okay. Plus equals, right? Oh, minus equals. Right, yeah, because we're falling. Right. Minus equals the gravity, as like, no, not gradient, gravity, over the time period. Okay. Needed to cast into a float from a double, which comes from delta time. Yeah, I guess. Right, yeah. We were calculating, right. We're calculating all physics at the moment, or not just at the moment, but in general, we calculate all physics based on the difference between the current state and the previous state. So you need discrete time chunks, which this is why we need to pass this into the math here with the gravity to say what is our downwards, our fall velocity, our downwards velocity. Okay. So far, I'm with this math. This I get. Velocity comes now from target velocity, right? And move and slide. Everybody slide, I guess, right? We're all gonna move and slide.
No.
It's right there.
No.
It's literally written blue and on black.
No.
No. Okay. It's fine.
It's sliding other ways, but not that way.
No, that's sliding in. That's different. Come on, you set yourself up for that one.
I know I did.
Right, this is essentially all the player needs to do. It needs to listen to input and then fall correctly. Move and fall correctly, I guess. Yeah, sure. Anything else? We can apparently test this. Okay, let's go and do that. So here's our funny little something player character. Let's go and save all the changes again. Oops. Let me also rebuild. Okay. And then I think we just do this instantiate child scene thing. Where was it? We'll go back to our main scene and wasn't it just drag and drop usually? Right, this, okay. Play a TSCN, right? And we need a camera apparently. Okay. I guess I can get behind that. Like we did with all players pivot, we're going to create a basic rig. Right click on the main node again, yes. And select add child node, yes. We can even click and it's marker 3D that we want to create, and it is called the camera pivot. And now we'll add a camera 3D to that. So I figure this allows us to just manipulate the camera easier. Okay. Notice the preview checkbox that appears in the top left of the 3D view when you have the camera selected. Yes. we're going to use the pivot to rotate the camera as if it was on a crane. Let's first split the 3D view to be able to freely navigate the scene and see what the camera sees. In the toolbar right above the viewport. God, I'm trying to navigate all this at the moment and figuring out how to... Yes. Okay, so we're changing over... Ah, right, okay, yes. So we have basically our editor view here, and this is what the camera sees, I think. Select the camera 3D. It's on the bottom view. Select camera 3D and turn on preview. Okay, in the top view, make sure your camera 3D is selected. Right, and move the camera about 19 units in the Z-axis, so but shouldn't we be moving the pivot? Okay, one thing after the other. Where is the moving? I need to see the. I want to see the. What you call it? The transform. Ah, here. Try that. Okay, we're up. Are we? I think I moved in the wrong direction. Yes, I did. Yes, I very well did. I was meaning to be moving in the Y direction, 19 meters. Right, yes, now we're up. Okay. Now we can take the marker, apparently, and rotate it 45 degrees around the x-axis, which is the red axis, okay? And I'm trying to find, I mean, sure, down is one thing. Shouldn't I be seeing the player? We're also moving the camera again on the z-axis by 19 meters, so move it back a bit. Is that done anything? I get confused. These 3D views are interesting to understand and parse, but I mean, we can see the change in the camera direction there. I like this actually a bit more maybe, but the camera I feel like hasn't moved. Right, let me reset this to 0 here. It's the y-axis first, and then U. Okay, there's our guy. That's what we want, right? We want to see him. I feel like I've missed a step. I've done something wrong here. So viewport's fine. Because if I follow those steps, I didn't end up in that with that view. Like it wasn't looking anything like it. I feel like we're gonna redo this quickly, right? Let's get rid of, actually, yeah, the entire camera pivot plus camera. Let's just, that's the beauty of this, so you can just redo things, right? So we're going to make another child mode, which is a marker 3D. Okay, and it is called the camera pivot. Right, to that we add another child, which is the actual camera 3D, which is what gives us our view. Okay, down here I want this camera 3D in the preview. Right. In the top view, show me the camera. In the top view, make sure camera 3D is selected and move the camera about 19 units on the Z-axis. Drag the blue arrow. We see that transform. So at the moment we're at 7 meters. So let me set that to 19 meters. Okay, that looks exactly like I see it on the screenshot here. And here's where the magic happens. Select the camera pivot and rotate it minus 45 degrees around the x-axis, which is the red circle, right? Can we see its rotation maybe, and that makes it easier?
Stick.
So this, oh, hello.
I said stick.
Okay, I see. Yes, this is actually what I was expecting. So I did actually things wrong, right? It's as simple as that. I didn't follow the instructions. I didn't RTFM, read the fucking manual, and shit happened, right? But basically I should now be able to literally just hit F6 to run this. Let's go and save it. Right, and we can just run this, so let's hit F6 and see what happens. Game starting. And I said, but we apparently can jump. Is that, did I fuck up the jump? Go and stop that, thank you. Let's look. Did we not get instructed to implement that? We did not get instructed to implement that. So it's not something I forgot, it's just not there. I feel like I want to just play, right? Before the thing shows me how to do it, can we make that happen ourselves? I feel like we're gonna need another variable available to us for playing with. Well, it's gonna be another integer, and we're gonna call it jump impulse. Like how much energy we're gonna put into jumping. If I could type, right? We again, you know, get, set, make it just a public property like that. So the speed is like 14 for the movement. That we've seen that just there. Maybe we'll call it 10. Like just to play, okay? And we'll give it a comment as well. As a matter of fact, 2 seconds. We can do this. Much energy to put into a. My God, what's happening with the code completion? This is ridiculous. Honestly. No, stop. I just want to type here. Into a jump. Let me see if Visual Studio Code has a setting where it's like every space actually does code completion, because no, I don't like that. Why is there no menu? I swear sometimes it's fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'm just gonna VS Code here maybe from this. Thank you. Preferences, settings, and I imagine it'd be like code completion. No, is it 2 words? Completion. Sure, do this async if you want, but it's I don't want space to do the thing. That's is it a keybind? I will have to figure that out another time. That is just a little bit above scope at the moment. But fine. Thank you. How much energy to put into a jump? And let me actually go and quickly format these in just the same way, because I also want the project to make us nice documentation. Does the player handling. Boom, right? And basically what I would say, if, right, we'll go and say input is action pressed, jump, right, we get direction right. It's y direction, so direction dot y plus equals jump impulse. Like, take your own direction, which is gotta be 0, and add just the impulse, right? Plus something, times something. No, I think I'm just gonna add the jump impulse to it. I mean, what can happen, right? What's the worst that can happen? What's the update? Tell me if VS Code wants an update. Oh God, I have a bad feeling. Let me close VS Code for a second. We're gonna try and compile. We can. Is audio okay, by the way? Yeah, we should be good, right? Yeah. Did you... FIFO protocol not found. Frame pacing will be degraded. I need to probably see. Let's do this smarter cache update. Slight detour. Yeah, there's my VS Code update. And oh God. New kernel version, we're not... I'll do the upgrade, fine. Because I do need that VS Code update, but I can just let the rest run as well, but I'm not going to do the reboot, of course. Nope. And there was a complaint just there. Let me go and do a quick lookup. Let's just, you know, troubleshoot right on the spot. Wayland FIFO protocol, is that a thing? And it's a thing. I imagine it's probably just a package that we can just install then. Let's just wait until you're done and then we'll go and try and find it. What time we're on? Okay, all is good. All is good. What are you doing there at the moment? Oh god, building kernel modules. I should have, yeah. Stupid me didn't think there. Whoopsie doopsie. It's fine. Are we doing the thing here, computer? Hello, computer? Computer? Hello? Good old Scotty. B-Top, show me something. Holy shoot. Yeah, you're doing a full-on compilation of something there. Ooh. This is fine. We're nearly done, I think. I've seen the link kicking in there, so that should be done. Right, okay, this should not be too terrible. Should be nearly done here, right? Yeah. Shush, we update. Reboot. We're gonna do that later. Shush, precious. Shush. And this is the one I want. Thank you. Looks reasonable enough, if that's the only change. It's literally just the package version and the SHA keys. SHA sums, sure. Do it. I want you to do it. Do it now. Right, don't need you. Actually, you had been compiled. We can probably actually check if the jumping works or not. Main is the main scene for now, right? So like current. We can change it later. Oh, somehow space don't work. It does weird things. So no, you can't just add a jump impulse to it. Interesting. We will learn all about this. It's fine. Are you nearly done? Oh, 6, come on. Yes, might as well. Oh god! No, cancel. I think we're good. Just a bit rebooted there. We're fine. Well, I was wanting to see Pac-Man, SS, Wayland, FIFO. Oh god, of course not. Is it just a package like thusly? Come on! Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, this. If protocols, yes, but how? No? Wayland app. Okay, don't matter right now. Really don't matter where are we? Here. So we can move our player though. That part worked. The camera setup was all good. Right, now camera. We can see some empty space around the character due to this perspective projection. God. In this game, we're going to use an orthographic projection instead to better frame the gameplay area and make it easier for the player to read distances. Select the camera again in the inspector. In which window? Does that matter? Right. Set the projection to orthogonal. Oh! And the size to 19. Okay. That was a bit close up there too. It should now look flatter and the ground should fill the background. Yes, it does. Where's the far property? It's at 4,000. If what looks blurry? So if directional shadows, well, what directional shadows? Maybe we would want to play with the light for a second. Oh, interesting. Okay, we can actually see now where the camera is literally the window into our world, as it were. That's actually cool that you get that represented there in the top view. Because you can literally sort of, yeah, line yourself up there and it's like, okay, so this is what you're always going to see. Cool. What I was wanting to do though is I feel like I want to play with the light angle a bit. I want it a bit more shallow, maybe like this. Right. Test your scene and you should be able to move in all 8 directions and not glitch through the floor. Right. Is that still the case? Let's go and build it quickly. Also, can I somehow make it so that it pops out? I'm just quickly looking at window settings, something like here. Let's see, I don't want it like full screen. Center primary screen, yes, but this is probably part of my compositor then. So I don't like this size. Like let's be definitive and say 1280 by 720. That's half of HD. Non-resizable. Let's make it borderless. And anything else I can think of here? Minimize disabled, maximize disabled, maybe, yes. And call that good. Let's try that, F6. It could be because we're running it through F6 that does this, but okay. And we have, you know, shadows underneath it or sort of around it, and we can move indeed in all directions and not fall through, but we can probably disappear off the edges of the screen because there's no check really to keep us here. Okay, cool. It is my break time again, would you believe it? But we have a character and we can move him. Cool. What's actually next? We're making the mob scene next. I mean, it could be a little bit obscene, but I guess we'll make it mob scene this time, okay? Anyways, and I'm not the first one to come up with that before anybody yells at me. That's Marilyn Manson that I heard it from. Anyways, with that, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe, all that good stuff. I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we will, as I say, make it very, very mob scene. And with that, I shan't be long. And with that, I am back. I believe I should be anyways. Yes. All is good. Fantastic. Don't care. You are here. Let's make a mob scene. Sure. Yeah, it's literally in scene, new scene. Character body 3D is the root, which we should have right there. Create, and we'll call it a mob, right? Yep. Then we will give it a child of a node 3D called the pivot. So why not a marker? But sure. Again, we'll and drop the mob GLB file onto that pivot to be made a sub member. Okay, so that's what they look like. Sure. And we'll call this a character. Okay. I guess so. We don't have two entities called mob. I get behind that. And we have a warning here because we need a collision shape. So I should, as on the mob, it needs to be a child. So here's our collision shape 3D, which we'll need to add probably another sphere collider to. Oh, it's a box shape they want for that one. Okay. I understand roughly what size they want here, so let's go and make a box shape indeed. And don't even see the damn box. Oh, there it is. Let's move it up first a bit without snapping, maybe, so we can be a bit more precise, and then I can size it up to the body. Let's bring it up a bit further. Oop. We do need it to extend far out enough. Let's say just above the pupil there. Oh yeah, just a bit higher actually. No, maybe not. Maybe we want it touching-ish there. I feel like that's a good enough shape. Maybe make it a bit wider. Something like that. Yeah, we don't want it too big because we don't want it to feel like we haven't even touched the character yet and something happens, so that makes sense. Yeah, it's really the look and feel later on that needs to be convincing, not so much the shape right now. But this seems reasonable to me. The legs, maybe, but could end up just making two extra collision shapes for that. Although, be easier to probably just enclose them. But really, we should make the player focus on the eye as the squash point, right? So we're now needing to do a bit of memory management, essentially. Removing monsters off screen. We're going to spawn monsters at regular time intervals at the game level. If we're not careful, their count could increase to infinity, and we don't want that. Because even if they're off screen, they still exist in memory, right? Each mob instance has both a memory and a processing cost, and we don't want to pay for it when the mob's outside the screen, right? So we make what's called a visible on-screen notifier 3D. Once the monster leaves the screen, we don't need it anymore, so we should delete it. Okay, Godot has the node that detects that. So we attach this again directly to the mob node, and it is called, what was it called? Visible on-screen notifier 3D. Create. Another box, pink this time, yes, very, very pink, I guess, yes. Appears when this box completely leaves the screen, the box will emit a signal. Yeah, we wanted to cover the entire model, I guess. So we'll just bring this out to there. That's maybe a bit much. Let's move it instead. That feels good enough, right? That feels good enough. If that all is basically off screen, then we get the notification. Good. Now we're doing coding again. Hurrah! Mob attached script, right? Yes, this is all fine. C#, go create, do, make the thing. Oops. Yeah, you, no, not there. There. Thank you, let's go. Yes, we're inheriting it. Thusly, we now have minimum speed of the mob in, whoops, in meters per second square. No, just meters per second. Again with these completions, stop. Per second. Why did you do this? Because I was an idiot. We'll take care of that in a second. Export first, and it's a public integer called min speed, which needs a getter and a setter. Do we set a default of, yes, 10? Yeah, common, done. Next, so we'll also set a maximum speed so they're not just getting too fast. I can see that actually. Let's just copy this. Nope, I said copy. Should be, it's still in the buffer now. This is another public integer called max speed. Get set, and they set it to 18. I guess. We'll see how that feels later on. Right, and again we'll do the physics processing. So public override void physics process, and we'll just say our very favorite move and slide in. I mean, move and slide. Now we're needing to actually initialize all this shit. So public void initialize takes in a bunch of stuff. So we'll take in a vector 3, start position, and the player position. That's probably to make sure that we're not too close to the player as we're spawning or something like that. No, that's actually for, I don't know, we'll figure it out in a second. So there's another vector 3 called player position, right? Not play position, it's player position, thank you. Let's go and grab the comment. for what we're doing here. We position the mob by placing it in start position and rotate it towards player position. This is why we need player position, so it looks at the player. Right. Look at from position. Start position. Player position. And vector 3 up. It's just magic in a black box. Sure. Then we rotate the mob randomly within the range of minus and plus 45 degrees so that it doesn't move directly towards the player. Rotate Y. Yes. Makes conceptually sense that we're rotating on the Y axis. We're doing a float cast from GD dot rand range. So we're getting a random number in a range between two numbers. Pi over 4, we know this, we've learned this yesterday. What was pi over 4 again? 45 degrees. Because there is an eighth of 2 pi, which is the full circle. See, stuff's starting to click. This is what I'm looking for. But I'm looking at these concepts and I can sort of feel myself building on previous things that we've done. It's like, yes, I can remember this. I remember doing something with this, and this is now the next part to build on top of it, right? So yes, we want the mob, the enemy, towards us. We want them to sort of randomly face in some direction, not quite towards us, and 45 degrees seems reasonable. So we pick something in that range. So that's a minus math dot pi divided by 4, right? 0.0. So we need to do castings here into the right variable type, which is a float. And same expression again, just positive. No, wrong bracket sign. Float math pi over 4. I don't even think I need to cast that from what I'm seeing here. I think that was just me hallucinating squiggles. Right. If I want to be a bit more explicit, which I do like to be, we'll do this. Right. Initialize a new sick. This is getting annoying fast. Mob. Instantiate even. Instantiate a new mob at start position facing randomly towards, not quite not quite, oops, towards the player. Something like that, right? So this all makes sense. Then we do a bit of mathing again. We make a random speed and random speed equals gd dot rand range. I do like that function because you would normally need to do two integers. No, I think you can just do the same in with the random stuff in C#, but I think you need to initialize a proper randomizer first. I think that's the problem. Anyways, between min speed and max speed. Well, that makes sense. Min speed, max. Nope. Speed, because those are the values that we've set anyways. Okay, let's just continue with what we're doing here, so I maybe understand it. Let's actually just copy these comments. Save myself the bloody pain of having to fight the VS Code thing all the time, and I can just type my code and understand it. Velocity equals vector read.forward represents the local direction of forward and the global direction of north. I mean, I guess because we've already rotated him in the y direction, there's only one direction that's forward. Right, I suppose. Times the random speed. I'm just realizing why this didn't work, because we didn't take into account the delta. That's why jump wouldn't do anything. We should be able to actually test that because the mob isn't hooked into anything right now, and the code itself should just compile at this stage. There's nothing that shouldn't just work from this point at this point. Let's try and build it and see what happens. Right? You were fine, right? I think. So let's go and okay, jumping still doesn't work, but also it isn't. It's trying to do something as I'm moving. Okay, okay, okay. I thought that was going to be the fix, but no, no. It's fine. The future set problems. Right. He has a random velocity towards the player, or at least actually, just in the direction that we're facing. Right. Yeah. We then... I'm just going to copy this comment for a second, and then we then rotate the velocity vector based on the mob's y rotation in order to move in the direction the mob is looking. Right. Velocity, sorry, vector 3.4 doesn't actually mean anything inherently. It's just a way of referring to a vector, right? And we actually need to say, hey, forward is in the direction we've rotated you. Rotated vector 3 dot up, and then here's our rotation dot y that we in rotation dot y, sorry, that we're getting from ourselves, right? Yeah, this is just a property that comes from the Node 3D, in this case, Godot object, right? Jeez, okay, right, okay. Now we need to do something when we essentially exit the screen. We need to do a signaling thing for that. However, we need to make the function first to do the hooking up properly, sort of backwards in our case, but it's fine. So we'll make a private void. Let's actually say that this is a on visibility notifier screen exited. That's what we're looking for. That's the signal we're looking for, basically, right? When that happens, say Q free, and I imagine Q free is literally just kill yourself. Cue this node to be deleted at the end of the current frame. When deleted, all of its children are deleted as well, and all references to the node and its children become invalid, which means the garbage collector can then pick it up and throw it out. Right, I'm happy to just run this as is. That's fine. Let's go and delete mob after it left the visible area, I suppose, right? Or the screen. It's fine. That's all it needs, really. That's so simple. But we need to hook up. Like, at the moment, this doesn't do anything on its own. We go and have it build this. Right? And are we good? Not sure what the debugger doesn't seem happy. Target and up vectors are not collinear. This is not advised as it may cause unwanted rotation around local z-axis. Is this something I did? Is this something I did wrong? Anyways, stop. Let's just, here, signal. Where is the, I need the visible, it's not visibility changed. Oh, I need to actually click on this. It doesn't just show me all the inherited signals. I need to actually get the signals for each individual object. Okay, screen exited is, let's go and pick our function that we've made here, right? That's basically what I wanted. And connect. Right, connect the signal to the mob. So mob. So we did here, right? Let me 2 seconds. Not sure if I did this right. Peg function. It's, yeah, it's attached to the mob, right? That's what we mean with that. Connecting from to the mob, yes, okay. Okay, cool. That's the entire code, and apparently that is it for this part. And now we need to learn about spawning those monsters. Let's go and save actually all of this and maybe commit. Because I think it's been a hot minute since I did any of that. Yes. Whoops. Player done. Player done and mob added. Then it's fine. Go and push that out. There we go. And now we need to learn about spawning these monsters in. Like, good question actually. No, I like my box bigger. Like 720 by 540 is just too small. Like, we'll leave it as is. A spawn path, like it in the, yeah, we did this path follow 3D, and there was another component to that. Okay, it's a bit more complicated, of course, in 3D. We wanted to be around the game view, so monsters appear right around the screen, but if we draw a path, we won't see it from the camera preview. To find the view limits, we can use some placeholder meshes. Okay, your viewport should still be split into 2 parts with a camera preview at the bottom. Well, oops. I need to go and do another sync. I forgot to type my key a second time. It's fine, it's fine. We'll do it. Thank you. To find the view limits, we can use some, yes, we can easily get back to that by just switching over, right? Yes, and I need to go into the main scene. In the bottom viewport, we have that preview. Adding placeholder cylinders. Let's add the placeholder meshes. Add a new node 3D as a child of the main node. Name it cylinders. We'll use it to group the cylinders. Right? Mesh instance. Assign the cylinder mesh to the mesh property. Okay. I don't have num keys, so I'm gonna have to do this with mouse and keyboard. With the mouse, of course. And then we can move the cylinder right to where? So it's right outside the camera's view in the top left corner. So this is what it's supposed to look like right there. Right, okay. Let's just bit by bit. I'm gonna chuck this on the side and we're gonna go and create this. We're making, what's actually my timing? Okay, all good. Need an aspect here. As a child of the main node, we're making, as a child of main, we're making a new node 3D, fair enough, and we'll call it just cylinders. Cylinders, I think, thusly. Yes, mesh instance 3D gets it added to that. Don't think we have that yet in our recents. So mesh instance 3D. Assign cylinder mesh to to this as a mesh. Where is it? Okay. Done that. What now? In the top viewport on the top orthogonal view using the menu. In the top left corner, what menu in the top left corner? What was there? In the top viewports, top left corner, I don't. No. View? No. No. Confused.com. Ah, yes. Top view. Oh, cool. And then we can zoom in a little bit. Now, where is the cylinder? Grid's fine. The grid can stay. Looking at the camera preview, take this mesh instance and move it. Right, that's what we're getting at. Let's actually move it top left corner, and we have snapping on. That's good. So now we go up. Something like this. Actually, you want this. Oh. Back to the top view. You want this actually further out view. So, like, no. That is right, but we're still gonna see that shadow, I think. And if anything, I'd rather have it there. Right. In their preview, when we're not seeing any shadow reflections, I'm not sure Wagwan, but we'll call that good, okay? I'm not unhappy to have them there. Now I can Control D to get the big D. I mean, made you laugh. To duplicate, I mean. And then we can take this one.
No.
Actually call it. I think I want to call it the top left. This is then top right. Feel a bit more happy with that instead of 1, 2, 3 or whatever. But this one needs to now move there. Right? Awesome. I guess it doesn't matter which one we instantiate again from, right? This is bottom left. So accordingly we will move it down to the bottom and biffed gone. And why not actually just duplicate this one into the bottom right Should not what I wanted. Gonna have to do something, otherwise I can't see it, right? I think there is good. No, it's not quite aligned, so one out. Yep. Yep. Okay. Huh? New material. Yes, please. That'd be cool. So we can multi-select all these. That's cool. So you can change certain properties, like common properties that they share, and change them. That's cool. And how do we do that? We go onto the mesh. We material. Okay. Standard material 3D. Click the sphere icon to open the material resource. Apologies. Yes. Expand the albedo selection. All these new words. This is fun. So we'll change the albedo to something that we like, basically. They suggested bright orange, and maybe I will go with that. Ooh, I have a... Try that. Maybe I want it a bit more dark. More... Maybe we'll try FFBB. Was that? Yes, that's FF. Right, I like. Okay. We can now use the cylinders as guides. Fold them in the scene dock by clicking the grey arrow next to them. Moving forward, you can also toggle their visibility, but yeah, we know this part, so I can, you know, we can fold them away, but more importantly, we can also say, hey, nope. We just don't see them. But we can still use them to do something with them, like that I get, like anchors inside the scene. Okay, I think I get what we're doing here. To the main node, we're adding a path 3D. Right? And then that's the other component that we needed, is the path follow 3D. That's... I remember that part too. Cool. Contains a curved 3D path for path follow 3D nodes to follow, yeah. So, yes. Now, I remember how to add these, but we use snapping. I think that's what I need to make it snap to those points, right, when I try and add these. Maybe, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, and then close curve, I think. Nope. Shoot. And then close curve. Right. Yeah, of course I need all the points in that collection. Don't know why I thought I could do that. Although it'd be interesting, you could do it in two triangles. just as a fun little thing. Anyways, now we need to do a path follow 3D based on top of this. So add child node, which is, you know, this guy. And so this is the spawn path, and this is the spawn location. Right. With that, we are ready to code them into the spawn mechanism. Spawning monsters randomly. Right click on the main node and attach a new script to it. Sure. We can do that. Let me go and save and do a commit. Should you not have new information to commit, possibly? Yes. Right, that's what I was thinking. Like, why am I not seeing this somewhere? Added spawn path and location to main scene. Sweet. Go. Right, next we basically go and script this up. So we go and add a script here, right? Main CS, all is good, give, thank you. For now, we'll do like this. Oh. Oops. Yeah, this didn't went well. Script to main scene. Close the commit message. Sync those changes both up. I don't know why my SSH agent does not remember. It's getting a little annoying, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Right. We need to first add... Why did you add things here that we may not even want or need? Like, I'm not sure if that was the correct way to make the script. It's fine, we can fix. For now, we'll just delete these because we literally don't need them, right? We'll first make an export to make it available in our editor, and it's a public act scene, which is called the mop scene, and it, as usual, has a getter and setter, which we obviously don't give it a default property in this case, because we're giving it the scene in our editor. That's the whole point of it. Instance of a mob scene. To seek to add seek. Really, I'm getting sick of this VS Code. Really, you don't need to do this in comments. Like, is that maybe what I'm looking for as a setting? Because it's getting annoying that I can't just type out in comments what comes through my mind without having to hit escape every fucking word. We're gonna root interest a little bit, verbosity commons, max height, open view. I think this is what it's coming down to. It's a settings somewhere specific in the. I don't know. Allow comments and presets. Well, I don't care about any of that. I guess I want them to be smart, but I don't know. Highlighting, no. Rust analyzer. That's highlighting. I don't care about highlighting. My problem is that you're completing things all the time. Oh, wait a minute. Quick suggestions. Modified elsewhere. Who... There's no override for C# from what I'm seeing. Suggest on trigger characters. Controls whether suggestions should automatically show up when typing trigger characters. Is that it? That sounds adjacent to what I'm seeing here, right? Because it's really annoying. I want to be able to just write out comments. Into... Nope, you're still doing it. You're still fucking doing it. It's fine. Into the main scene. Right, just... We're not... I'm gonna research that later. So basically we need to compile this once, add the scene into our editor, so like run here. And then in the mob scene we have a packed scene that we can give you, excuse me, load I should have probably said, and said it is here our mob, alright, boom. Now we have that awareness and we're gonna save that. Yeah, created mob scene link, something like that. Right, that's really all we're doing here. Don't even need to commit that, push that right now. Now comes a thing where in the timer into the main, right? Why not the mob? Sure. Maybe it's well, yeah, it's a global state of a timer that we want to globally know about it. Right. Yeah. It's probably actually easier to maintain that way as well, rather than having individual timers on each individual mob entity. Yes, okay. What now? Right, okay, yeah, we'll call it the mob timer. That's fair enough. I didn't even need to overwrite that, but sure. And we set the wait time to 0.5 seconds. And it is an auto start timer, so it starts basically the minute the scene becomes active. This timer starts kicking off, and every half second it emits an event under signals, which is timeout. Right. To the main node, and we want to make a new function for those. So let me go and do that part first, actually, where in here we now say we want a private void. Let me... Yeah, this is fine. On mob timer time out. No, timeout is one word, sorry. Right, don't take anything in as far as I'm aware. Nope. Right, what are we doing here? We I'm just gonna say we instantiate a new mob. Mob scene dot instantiate of type mob. Isn't it sort of implied? This feels silly to have to. Okay, no, so we're talking about the scene, but what is it we're actually importing into that scene, or instantiating into that scene? It's the actual mob, I guess. That's what we're expressing there. Now we need to make a location. Which you make a variable. I don't like that. I think it's actually just a path follow 3D, if I understand this right in code, right? Called a mob spawn location. No, we're doing this different. I'm sorry. No, we are doing the following. We're doing this. We're going to say I want another scene in this case. Is it? No, it's not. It's a path follow 3D that we want to just get past in, right? And that is the mob spawn location. Give it a getter, a setter. I have reasons for this, because I don't like this way of instantiating things, because what we can do, if I do this right, we can ignore this entire line of code. I need to rebuild once. Right, I go back to the inspector for main. I now assign this spawn location thing as that node, because then I can go in and say mob spawn location dot progress ratio, because this is the next thing. What we need to do is to basically say that we give it a random offset on that progress, like how far along this path we are. So gd.randf, done. This I like a lot more. Okay. Rather than having to instantiate the variable like this. There is something to me that feels very redundant in doing this get node path follow and then specifying the specific name and making sure that it's written right, when we can just literally drag it in or load it in through means of the editor to telling us it exists, it's compatible, right? I feel it's more safe that way as well. There's less likelihood of error, because if we get this wrong and just typing it out, and if we don't get the code completion, then it's not going to compile. Or if we just do this and just get it passed in from the outside, we know it's right. Okay. Then we want to have a player position, which, let me go and do something similar here, because where's the player? The player is a scene, right? Or am I actually interested in the character node 3D? A character body 3D. I mean, that's the type that it returns. So literally make a player the same way. Have you built this? And we assign our player instance that we have, right? Save that. And I can now say, after we have determined where our spawn location is going to be randomly, or within a certain amount of randomness, that we're going to mob.initialize. Right, you want a start position, which is mob spawn location dot position, and player dot position. Right? Because ultimately, the line that we're supposed to end up with is looking like this, and to me, this it reads exactly the same. Whether we have this as local variable somewhere or I'm passing it from there, this just doesn't read any different. But again, I feel it's safer than doing these variable things every single time, because even the player position was passed in like this, where we make the player position like a local thing, but we're still saying get node, get the player of name player. This seems always redundant to me when we know this is the type and that's the name what we gave it, to then just retrieve a position when I can just grab it from there. Seems shorter as well, but that could just be me. Anyways, now we just add a child of type mob, of this variable. That's basically what we need to do. Okay. Okay, we essentially should see a working version of this without, like, there's no collision happening. Nothing's gonna happen on them colliding with us, but let me see. We have nothing. Oh, yes, I know why. I know exactly why, because we didn't hook in the timer yet, I think. Let me mob timer, signals, timeout, connect that. Pick to this function in main, right? Even though the timer actually kicks off, the signal to do something every half second wasn't hooked into anything, right? That's a me, of course. But there we go. We have enemies, and you know, it's time to now see them. Yeah. So they're colliding with each other, and me, by the way. So that just works, but nothing. We're not doing anything with that collision. We should be reacting to it probably by reversing velocities, like making a bounce happening or something. Okay. Yes, for now they bump and slide against another when their paths cross. Yeah, next. What's the time like? Actually, I'm due a break. Which is perfect, because now we're going to learn next time, in the next hour, about jumping and squashing monsters and doing a bit of physics stuff. I love this, right? I'm actually learning here. I feel so far. I'm understanding this, and I'm sort of with it. Still, things are not obviously there where they need to be, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So we made timer and. I know, I just said it, I'm just making a comment. And mop spawn on time, dot timeout. Like, we'll just call it like that. Made timer and mop spawns, mobs spawn on timer.timeout. Like, that's literally all we've done here, but it's beautiful. I love it. Let me quickly commit and sync this up. And we should be good. Anyways, guys, with that, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we shall continue our journey through the 3D world of Godot. And with that, I shan't be long. And with that, I am back. So let's look into this, and I have a feeling we're going to work on a very similar system with the physics layers that we were using last time, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Ability to jump and squash the monsters. So we are now setting layer names. Ah, yes, 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 yes. I remember this. So this is literally in the project settings. Where was it? Don't tell me, don't tell me. Let me find it myself. That's the whole point. We need to. I need to get comfortable with these things. Ah, here, 3D physics. I imagine, right? Yes. Good. So our first layer is going to be called the player layer. Then we have enemies. Enemy. I mean, I became a little bit disturbed there. It's fine. There's something wrong with it. Yes, I am that. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worrying about it, but you're an idiot.
Yes, okay. So we now need to change some properties here where the ground becomes. God, let me try and understand this. We somehow here. Is this under pros? No. Where is this? Collision object 3D. Right, collision layers. Okay, yes, I see, said the blind man. The ground is part of the world, so we want it to be part of the third layer. And if you hover over it, it actually tells you the names of those layers. I like it. Okay, but it is not the player layer, right? Then toggle off the mask by clicking on it. Right. As mentioned before, the mask property allows the node to listen to interaction with other physics objects, but we don't need it to have collisions. Ground doesn't need to listen to anything. It's just there to prevent creatures from falling. Okay. Note that you can click the button on the side. Okay. So we can just do it this way and sort of be more explicit in selecting and not waiting on the pop-up. So the player scene. Excuse me, always going too far on the mouse. It's fine. Physics. No, where's the collision object? Collision. So you are the player, so that's fine. And you should interact with enemies and the world. Right? Right?
Maybe.
Well, it needs to listen to the fact whether it collides with the floor or whether it collides with enemies. I feel like... Yes. Huh?
For the edges.
No, not for the edges. If I turn this view, we're actually in 3D, right? So we have a floor, the white stuff.
Yeah.
Or grey stuff. So that's one layer. So we need.
White stuff.
I know you like the white stuff.
Me.
We need the player to basically say, am I colliding with the floor or am I running into an enemy? So that's the two masks that I need. Cool. Yes. And then we have the mob scene. Guardato. All right, that is okay. We actually set this directly in the mob and tell it to that's the visual instance. I don't care about that. Where is my... Oh, right. Yeah, and you click on the mob and then get the collision body here and say you are part of enemies, right? And you should listen to the world. Oh, no mask. No mask at all. So the interaction comes from the player entity then. It's got it, right? So that means they will move through one another. That is fair. If you want the monsters to collide with and slide each other, turn on the enemy's mask. But I feel like if we wanted that, we also wanted a better interaction on that. I wouldn't want them to just collide and then stop. I would want them, if they collided, to then bounce off each other. Right, but that's maybe something that once we're sort of established in the game, we can then look at improving. Right? Because it specifically doesn't tell us how to do this, and I like that. Maybe, you know, this is something that we can then learn and expand. And now we do jumping. For now, shall we maybe test just the collision stuff? Because we should see a decided difference between then and now. Okay, so we're not falling through the world, that's fine. And we can collide with them, and they decidedly just slide through each other. Right. So everything is sort of still the same, but you know, now with the difference, they are not doing the thing and bumping into each other and stopping. Now we need to learn how to jump. Because white men can sometimes jump, I'm sure. I know, it's just getting worse today, isn't it? But funny enough, if I look at the player thing here, they want us to do exactly this. They want us to make a jump impulse. It's actually higher than what I initially said. They wanted it to set to 20. But that was actually the right instinct. Cool. And then inside physics processing, we're looking at, you know, the jump action. Also, if it's on floor, I guess we don't want to double jump. Although that could be a cool thing, but then how would you limit that? You would need to have a sort of ceiling height. If you were higher than creature, like your own height, times 2, times 3 maybe. Futures have problems. Futures have problems. It's this thing here that I need to get right. So let's actually say yes. And if is on floor, right? Which is a function call, by the way, Sebastian. Can you do this right? Direction Y. Why? I'm confused. Because we're dealing with target velocity here, why do we not need to do that there? Because they're basically telling me here I just need to set the target velocity to be the Y target velocity to be equal to the jump impulse. I feel like that before move and slide, but here's the thing, if we do this just before move and slide, right, which is between velocity and move and slide, then target velocity is already passed into velocity, like it wouldn't affect it anymore. So I feel further up is better, and the Y ain't influenced about anything else. Can I just see what I did before again and just to understand what I did wrong? Is it because I tried to just add it to the Y direction and there is no Y direction? That could be a thing. Because apparently this should be everything that is needed for jumping. Apparently. Let's test that hypothesis. Right, we can go and run around, and yes, we are jumping, and we're making a shadow. Obviously, nothing happens when we're jumping, right? That's fair. I feel like I've done the action wrong. Right. So this is exactly the difference between is action pressed and action is just pressed. Because if I do is action pressed and I just hold space, he continues to jump. I actually sort of like it rather than needing to keep hitting space. But we would maybe want this as a configurable action in future. Okay. For now, detect collisions with a monster and to differentiate them from collisions with the floor. To do so, we can use Godot's group tagging feature. Okay, sure. Fixed mob on mob collision and player can jump. Sweet. Let's go and sync that out. And another one for a fetch, I think.
What's this? Don't bat your eyelids, it's freaky.
Good.
Why's that big?
Cause it is. Cause why not? Right. Where we at? Yes, now we're doing group things. I mean, sure, we all like to group up, I guess, right? I feel like it's silly that you maintain this view across all different scenes. But sure, we'll just ignore that for now. Select the mob node, we have that. Groups, okay. Click on the plus button to open a create new group dialog. Ah, there, yes, I see. And it is called mob. It's a bit uninspired, but sure. Group name is valid. Okay. And I can appear in the scene doc collection. Here. Notice in this group, mob. This is the indicator for it. Okay. Now we're making sure we can actually squash them. By a script. Let's go save. Z player. So we're making a sort of publicly available variable again called bounds impulse. It's a public int and it's called bounds impulse. Can you type, Sebastian? Can you do things? And it should be set to about 16 apparently. We can always play around with these values later on. And so this is sort of the whole point. So let's go back into the main scene here for a second and rebuild and change over to the inspector. These are the values right here. Literally, we can just go and change this bounds impulse right here. We don't need to go into the code anymore. to do that. That's sort of the point why we do these exports usually. Anyways. So we're doing a loop in a second, right? With move and slide, Godot makes the body move sometimes multiple times in a row to smooth out the character's motion. So we have to loop over all collisions that may have happened. In every iteration of the loop, we check if we landed on a mob. If so, we kill it and bounce. With this code, if no collisions occurred on a given frame, the loop won't run. Okay. Let's see how that goes. So this is right after we did the jump, essentially. Alright. No, not here. After we did the jump. So let's move this actually down. I feel it can live quite happily. Right, so if we're not on the floor, have gravity act on us. If we're on the floor and we're hitting jump, you know, add no, not add, just give our Y, our up position, basically a bump, or our up velocity, a bump of a jump impulse, and then we, holy schnitzel. Code 4. We're making an integer, and we're basically at the maximum is get slight collision count. For int I up to get slight collision count index plus plus or I plus plus. We'll just keep it I don't care. Kinematics collision 3D, so the collision itself equals get slight collision. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Get slight collision of our current index I. Right. So slide index returns a kinematic contains information about a collision that occurred during the last call. Remove and slide. Since the body can collide several times, you must specify the index of the collision in the range 0 to get slide collision count, which we're doing in this loop anyway. So, right. Or you could get the last slide collision, but no, this makes more sense to just loop through them all. If this collision, whoops, this collision is collision dot get collider, which is a function call, I imagine, right? Is, I've never seen that before. That seems, but sure. I think this is link. No, it's just a Boolean representation of something. I've never seen that keyword in C#, if I'm being honest. It reminds me of link, link queue, whatever you call it. Bless you. Is mob. This seems very overly expressive, but sure. So basically, if it's a mob collision, I get that part. Then we check if the dot product. We check that we are hitting it from above. But the math to that is insane. Like, so vector 3 dot up dot collision let's get normal. So normalize it to, you know, between 0 and 1. I get that part. And if that is larger than 1.0f, what's a dot product like? I've heard this before, and this is again where I really need to maybe learn more about vector math. It's 2 seconds. Is this something we could quickly, easily-ish pick up here? For example, here's an... This is not helpful. This is not helpful when screenshots are just not viewable. But okay, so depending on the engine you're using, this is interesting. You have different approaches to where up is, whether it's Y or Z axis, and whether the coordinate system is left or right-handed. Okay, just something you have to be aware of and just learn, I guess. What I was really looking for is, I think this is vector math, right? The dot product. Encode vectors, vector addition, subtraction, multiplying 2 vectors. That is what a dot product is. Okay. Practical uses of a dot product. Lighting, a dot product is used all over the place in shaders. When I don't care about shaders right now. Honestly, we're a bit too far for that. But okay. Right. Okay. Actually, here, when we have 2 vectors, if we multiply them together, we get a dot product, which is a scalar. So again, we're moving away then from this vector representation. Wait. I think I can do things. Where yeah, browser, make big, go Excalibur draw, make new drawing. I was just testing out this thing. How can I make a new, just budget, delete things here, but right, just to make it maybe a bit more clear, right, what we're actually talking about. Where's my pen? Thank you. Right. A scalar is essentially a number like 0.133. Like this is just a number in this context, right? Actually, it's a float as well, right? So it's a number that has a decimal and something behind the decimal. And usually a float starts at 0 and it can go up to just 1. Now, give me a hand, move over. If we look at a vector, right, it usually is represented in brackets like this. And yes, I can't draw for shit. But it's represented like this. It's 2-dimensional in this case because it goes too wide and too down. And here's the thing, when we go, and I'm still getting used to this drawing program, so give me a minute here, right? If we now go and say we want to add something here to this vector, and we say we have another vector looking like this 1.1.0, so we're not adding anything there basically. 0.3 comma 0.3, we would actually end up with a vector of 1.1 comma 1. So sorry, let me bracket that. 1.3 comma 0.3. Right, this is how addition works. And the reason I'm doing it this way right now is it's also so I can actually visualize it in front of me and understand it a bit better, maybe, right? But when we multiply, and this is maybe interesting to see why this even happens. Okay, so let's make just a very simple vector of 0, 1, why not even just like this, and we multiply it. Right, and what is it about actually, let me, check. Like, it's a dot product of collision get normal, so that's literally just a vector times itself. Right? As I say, I can't draw for shit, but it does help me to visualize things easier. Times 0, comma 1, 0, comma 1. Maybe be a bit more specific here. This is how I normally do my ones. Come on. We should end up. So you're still multiplying exactly the same way. So 0, right, is 1, is again 0, 1. But I think you're also multiplying across. So this is just 0, 0, 0. I think this didn't make much sense doing it this way. Let's actually make a bit more sensible vector, maybe. Okay. Get rid, and maybe we'll make the first part of the y even. Oh, sorry, the second part of the x also something non-negative. So we'll make it 1. And we'll make this 0.5, I guess. Right? So it's still 0. 0.5 times 0.5 is 0.25, right? I think. Oh god, yes, and then 1 and 0.25, but then you would go and multiply that across, which ends up being 0 and 1.25. But that's still not a scalar, that's still and then that way? Oh. Oh, what? why were this? Or we can use the following: ax times bx. Okay, let me make this a little bit smaller. Maybe we can scribble this down and understand it. Although, wait, why don't I just... Can we do this in Excalibur? Can I go and copy this and just dump it in? Ooh, hello. Oh, very nice.
Hello.
So these are the two vectors, A and B. Okay, let's rewind. Give me pen, erase. I mean, right. Let's. And I'm gonna go away from doing this zero vector thing because I feel like it's actually making it harder for me to understand. So, come on. We're gonna make our first vector. Oh God, just realizing something. It's fine. So 0.2 maybe, right? And the other one is 0.4. Let's keep it even numbers so it makes it easier to understand as well. And we'll make this one actually 0.4 and just the opposite 0.2 as it were, times itself, right? In this case, because that's what we're doing with the dot product. If we just pass in one vector, right? So again, 0.2 and 0.4 and 0.4 comma 0.2. Now this is A and this is B, right? Oop, I just disconnected my headset. There we go. Am I making the vector too big? This is a matrix I'm doing. I'm getting mixed up here. This is a matrix. Right. I think I'm getting my math all mixed up. Again, this shows really why this sort of basic fundamental math that you learn in high school really helps you in game development. It really does. Okay, let's try this again. Let's maybe pick a different color to make it different from that. So we're in two-dimensional space for now. Okay, we'll keep it two-dimensional just so I can keep it easier in my head. Although nothing would change if we add a third dimension, which this one actually does. This formula is actually three-dimensional. Okay, let's go with that. Okay. So we have a number 1.2, 2.4, and actually let's keep it coherent with our 3D model in Godot, which means that our y coordinate, is actually 0. Right? What is it we're actually checking? I forget what we were working on. Kinematic collisions, and we're looking for y, which is just what up is apparently presented by. Okay, so we have some y velocity. It's fine. So, 2.4, and we'll make it 3.6 on the z-axis. Now, basically, we want to multiply that by itself. So 1.2, 2.4, and 3.6, which breaks out to AX plus BX. So 1.2 times 1.2 plus AY and BY, so 2.4 times 2 times 4, right? Plus the same for Z, right? So 3.6 times 3.6. This should be 2.4 plus 4.8 plus 7.2. And yeah, literally I can see it now breaking down to just a singular scalar number from a vector. So this would be 6.2, 13.4, I think. Right? Does any of this make sense? This to me, I can now see why when you multiply any two vectors, as a matter of fact now, right? We can literally see this breaking down. It will always end up in a just singular number. It stops becoming this complex thing here. Like cool. This is the sort of example I need. I need this laid out in front of me. I need to break it down, and then it's like, yeah, cool. I now understand why we're doing what we're doing here. Whereas in addition, now let's do this again in addition, and I'm going to do myself a favor and grab the format. He will have this for addition as well, right? I'm sure of it. Let's just here vector addition in math, right? Just show me this. You probably have a formula somewhere. Let's do this. This makes sense, right? Or even, yeah, let's grab this entire example, I suppose, up to and including that bracket, please. And we'll dump it in there. Ah, shoot. Yes. Something like that, maybe, so we can still see it here. Try and keep it sort of organized here for a second. Ding. I can do stuff with the mouse as well. It's maybe quicker for some things. But like this sort of scribbling out and actually mathing it out for myself does help me a lot. I will be honest. There's something missing here at the front, but us basically talking about vector 0 being comprised of A, B, and C, vector 1 being D and E and F. So, right. Let's work even with the same numbers, okay? We have a V0. This is how you apparently represent that in math. Is 1.2, 2.4, and 3.6. Okay, vector 1 is, well, in our case, the same, right? This is how we were, how we're doing a dot product against ourselves, but or what we were doing in code. But even for addition, well, I guess we could just add another one. We'll swap things around. This is what we'll do, because actually the numbers don't really matter. That's the fun part about this. Excuse me. Let me go and fix my ones. I keep doing it the UK way, but I find it harder to read, especially in a scribbled note like this. So 1.2, and we'll keep the last one the same, 3.6. Now, to make vector 2, which is essentially the addition of this, right? We want to add those. We need to vector 1 plus vector 2 is a plus d. So u plus u. So that literally ends up still being a vector. Right. But in this case, we're adding a 1.2, 2.4. Yeah, so we're just calculating down, I guess. So literally 3.6. Same result, 3.6. Oops, forgot the 3 there. And 6, 7.2. Right. I guess that's literally how I'm going to represent it for myself. Okay. And you can obviously do that with as many vectors as we know, as you want, need. You just keep adding it. Right. Subtraction, I imagine, works almost the same then, right? A minus D, B minus B, so yeah, A minus D, B minus E, and C minus F, so just fair enough. Find the direction and distance between 2 points. If, for example, you wanted to know how to transform an object from point A to point B, you can simply do this symbol. Sigma, I think it's called, I don't know. It's a Greek letter, delta, okay. And it's frequently used to represent a change from one to another. So that symbol in T would mean frequent a change in time. This is commonly used in calculus to denote a small change. The distance is the magnitude of the resulting direction vector. Okay. I don't quite understand why it would inherently do different, because ultimately all those operations are the same. They're all just additions, whether you multiply or not. Okay, but what the important point is maybe here is that if the value of that is positive, it means the vectors are pointing. It means, so if it's above 0, this is why we're checking above 0.1, some margin of error, it means the vectors are pointing within 180 degrees of each other. Somewhere, yeah. So they're not opposite of this plane. When it's 0, it means they're perpendicular from each other, so they're pointing away from each other. And when it's negative, it means the vectors are pointing opposite of the imaginary plane. So yeah, one going down the way and one going up the way, say. These are also useful when both vectors are normalized. When a dot product is performed against two normalized vectors, you can use the value from -1 to +1 as the ratio of the angle between them, where the dot product of 0 means the vectors are perpendicular or 90 degrees apart from each other. The value of 1 means they are 0 degrees, they point in the same direction, and -1 means they point in the exact opposite direction. And 0.7071 means they're 45 degrees apart. Oh, sure. You might be wondering where that comes from. The cosine of 45 degrees is 7071. One way of calculating a dot product is taking the cosine of the angle between the vectors. What the fuck? And multiplying it by the magnitudes of each other. Like, this I get. Length, magnitude, or norm of a vector which can be calculated by the following formula. The single pipe x is really used in a singular dimension to represent the absolute value, which if you look at the formula below you can see why it's effectively the same thing. When we are a non-scalar or vector with more than one dimension, we would calculate the magnitude or length, also called L2 norm, as such in this three-dimensional vector. Sure. Like, this is sort of what I'm getting at. This is literally the stuff I need to sort of learn bit by bit somehow. But this was interesting to me to at least just sort of scribble out and then understand, okay, this is how we're ending up with it being a scalar when we multiply two vectors, whereas if we add two vectors, we still end up with another vector. Right. I think that was sort of quite an interesting little lesson here. For me to pick up on. Cool. What else are we doing here? We obviously aren't quite done, so let me make this a normal size again and look at what else we need to do in code here. If vector up the dot product of the collision, so we were measuring the two the collisions against each other of the two bodies, so to speak, normalize them, and if it is greater than 1.0f, that can't be right. That can't be right. Yeah, I was gonna say that because, right, okay, little side quest here, right? Just me understanding and having read that article a little bit there and understanding, okay, this is how the vector math works out. Now looking at this code and seeing, I'm seeing 1.0f and seeing that, wait, that can't be right because we've normalized, we will never end up with a value greater than 1.0. It's impossible. Just having that knowledge, this gave me another confidence to actually say, hey, cool, I understood what's happening here. A little bit at least. Cool. Right, but so, anyways, if we do mob.squash, which is something we still need to make later on, and then we set the target velocity, or the y velocity, to be equal to the bounce impulse. So, yes. So we can, sort of like a Mario bounce, right? On the Coopers. And then we need to break out. I guess that makes sense. I am actually due a break before I'm getting shouted at. But yes, so we now basically need to come up with a squash function. Right, I mean, they're telling us actually it's roughly the same here, right? To check that we're landing on the monster, we use a vector dot product. The collision normal is a 3D vector that is perpendicular to the plane where the collision occurred. The dot product allows us to compare to the up direction. I don't think this made more sense to me than what I've read just there. With dot products, when the result is greater than 0, the two vectors are at an angle of fewer than 90 degrees. Value higher than 0.1 tells us that we're roughly above the monster. Just like, I feel that there was a bit of a logic gap there. Now, having done the math actually myself a little bit, it sort of starts to come a bit more together, and then reading article. But yes, so the next part will be making a squashed event handler. So we're gonna actually do something with that squash event and make, you know, the enemy disappear and all that good stuff. Anyways, before I keep waffling on too much longer, let me go and quickly take my break a little bit early maybe, but it is that time anyways. Guys, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. It is always well appreciated. And with that, I shan't be long. See you all soon. And with that, I am back. So we're learning 3D stuff. We're learning it the hard way, but honestly, I'm enjoying that experience. So having that little aha moment of, this is why we're doing vector math the way we're doing it.
People expect.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go and make a little bit more code happen, right? We're gonna first do that. Dig. Up. We'll need another export. Public delegate void. Now this is how we do signaling in C sharp or in mono in Godot. Squash it. Event handler, that's essentially what we're going to call it, right? I think it doesn't matter what you call it. Right. Squashed event dude. Like, just for shits and giggles, I want to see if naming actually matters to the Godot engine editor. Right.
Oh, actually, go get a drink.
I think it matters. No? No, I think that's just, oh, because it's not an export. It's a signal. I think we can name these just anything, really. Right, we need to actually make the function though, so it's a public void function, and we'll call it squash. Does it need any input? No, not really. Cool. We just needed to emit signal name dot squash it. No. Emit signal. Must end with event handler. Okay. So that's sort of a fixed name. It's the first part we can change a bit, but yeah, it's a squashed event. So that now resolves. Okay, that's how that resolution works. So that means you're using introspection to do this sort of stuff. Fair enough. But then we do Q3 to just get rid of the player. Oh schnitzel. I did this in the wrong. I did this in the wrong fucking context. We did this in the player. This is why I was getting confused. Like, wait, we're getting rid of the player. I don't like that. Apologies. Mistakes were made. It's fine. It just goes to show that I'm actually at least understanding what I'm typing out. Noticing the mistake before I'm trying to compile and run the thing and wonder why the player just disappears randomly. Right here, we're gonna do like so. Event handler when enemy gets squashed. Right. This seems fine. Create appropriate events automatically for all signals ending with event handler. Okay. I feel there's a bit missing here at the moment. Right, to think my way through that. So what I'm thinking right now is usually when we make events like this notifier thing, we needed to hook that up in Godot, right? why are we not doing it this time? So we have the event handler here. And we emit the signal on squash, which, let's rebuild the project here. This should be part of the mob scene, right? If I go and look in here and look at signals. Yeah, it's not hooked in, that's what I thought. So let's go and pick squash as the event. Right. And we will use the signal to add points to the score in the next lesson. Because it says here, with that you should be able to kill monsters by jumping on them. I don't think that was going to happen before then. So let's try and test this out, right? Okay, something happened, but it looks also like a crash. So something definitely happened. So, no, let's just disconnect that. Let's try that again. Maybe there was a point to this. Maybe that was the point. That you're not meant to do that. Oh yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, they're disappearing. If I can actually hit them. Yeah. Now I want to understand why that is. Because as I say, I don't feel like we've hooked that in. So player, do jumpy jumpy. Right there, of course. Of course, we made that mob.squash call. Right, and you're being derived directly out of the compiler. Right. Okay. I think I get it. So we don't actually look specifically at mobs in the first place. What we're looking at is we're looking at the collision. We then derive from the collision whether it is a mob, and only then we act, which then involves the check if we're actually close enough just above him, trigger him to do the squashing event, which makes him disappear and free the memory, and give us another bounce. Right? And us firing that function emits the squashed signal and removes the object. Now that means that we're still not doing anything actually specifically with the event handler. It currently only exists. Okay, the pieces are together. This is what sometimes I need to sort of rewind through the code again and see what we actually did in the lesson. Right, and really understand all it. Anyway, so let's actually do a commit message off of that. We jumping on enemies causes them now to disappear, and we have signal ready for count keeping and score keeping, I guess, something like that, right? because that's what it's for. But at the moment, it just exists. We're not actually doing anything with that event. That's cool. Okay. So it shows you basically the two ways of doing signaling in sort of one go. Doing it through coding, as well as then hooking that signal up to something else. I like that. Let's go and commit that and push it out. I really wish my SSH agent would be working, but it's fine. Wow. Anything in here that is... Oh, we have an extra empty line that we don't need, but it's fine. We'll just add that right now. Next. Killing the player. We can kill enemies by jumping on them, but the player still can't die. Let's fix this. We want to detect being hit by an enemy differently from squashing them, sorry. We want the player to die when they're moving on the floor, but not if they're in the air. We could use vector math to distinguish the two kinds of collision. Instead, though, we will use an area 3D node, which works well for hitboxes. Okay, hitbox with the area node. Head back to the player scene. Let's, okay. Player. And add a new child node. Right. Okay, so to this we're adding a new area 3D. To which we are adding... So this is called the mob detector. Interesting. And we're adding a collision shape as a child. Can you not just do it for me? Like, you have a warning here. Like, let's just... It's fine. Collision shape, 3D, creative. It's a box shape, I imagine, right? Cylinder shape. Interesting. So we're literally just going to detect if we're hitting the main body. Legs are going to be completely ignored. You can see that from the shape here. It's a very small cylinder, actually, or a very thin cylinder. Oops. Excuse me, browser. Thank you. So cylinder shape. Oh, yes, maybe no. Up here, I guess. Make it big. No, that was not what I wanted. Where is the sizing, like the scaling, I think they call it, right? Scale mode. Can we not scale? Damn it. I was gonna hope to scale proportionally. Ah, maybe? Ah, yes, with shift and then holding in that corner. That looks okay. Let's just bring it down maybe a bit, right? Seems a bit high, so more like... A non-uniformly scaled collision shape 3D node will probably not function as expected. Please make it scale uniform, i.e. the same on all axes, and change the size of its shape resource instead. Huh? I'm not sure what your complaint is there. Let me go and yes, remove the collision detector, and we will make a new child. Collision shape 3D. Oh, you still have that complaint. Well, we haven't given you a shape yet, so cylinder shape. So you're happy at the moment. Is this because my wait, no, we have a collision shape here as well, which may just be way too small. Is this what's happening? I feel like that is our problem here. Let me go and turn that off. Trying to understand at the moment where that white circle, that the white circle is our collision shape, right? Because it feels way small. I feel like I'm missing a handle somewhere. I see here. Where's the... Where's the... Oh well, I guess it's a sphere, right? Let's make it a bit more appropriate in size, maybe. It still feels too big that way, though. Like it's gonna float, so you know. I'd rather make it this. Right. Then we have this collision shape, which wants to be a cylinder, yes. And it... Let me go and turn this off here. Oh. I do need to see the actual character, sorry. Something like that, maybe. Okay, yeah, looking good. Now we just need it a bit bigger, like circumference-wise. So we're covering, you know, the entirety of the body there, and that seems fine now. Oh. And I'm not getting a warning. Okay, okay, okay. The wider the cylinder, the more easily the player would get killed. No, I feel like this is fair. Maybe more like this. Right. Okay, cool. So next select the mob detector again, and in the inspector turn off its monitorable property. Mob detector. Monitorable. Why? This makes it so other physics nodes cannot detect the area. The complementary monitoring property allows it to detect collisions. Okay. Then the remove a collisions layer. Set the mask. So here to enemies. Yeah. I guess. Yes, for the player. Right. makes sense. We want to detect when a mob enters there. I'm just... Gonna need to see if we're actually going to collide with the enemy, but well, it's just a detector of the other collision box, which we would need to maybe look at. Let's do that quickly. Let's look at the mob collision shape and evaluate it. I mean, it's a big box shape. We would get away with the side skirting, but like if we get hit head on, which is the most likely thing, I think, then it's, yeah, we're gonna get killed. Legs are completely off by the looks of it, but that's fine. I'm not against that. So I think this should work well enough. Right, cool. So when areas detect a collision, they emit signals. We're going to connect one to the player node. Select mob detector, yes, and the signals. Body entered. I like to enter bodies. I mean,
We know.
it's fine. On body entered, we connected. Right, we need to actually make a little bit of stuff happen first. Whoopsie doopsie. 2 seconds. We need to go into the player script, so let me do just that, and we need to give it him the player, whatever it is. Right, signal, and it's a public delegate void hit event handler. As we know, we need to call it that at least, and then we private void die, which causes us to emit a signal of signal name dot hit. Not emit signal, emit signal, right? And then we just get rid of the player character then and there. Then we private void on mob detected or detector body entered. Pass in a node 3D called body, and we call die. Right, which we can now finally, if we go and rebuild the Godot project, mob detector signals body entered, pick on mob detector body entered. Okay, we'll attach that to the actual player because that's who we want it to affect. Boom. We can use the player's hit signal to end the game. All we need to do is connect it to the main node and stop the mob timer in reaction. That makes sense. Let me commit this part first. Although it's all part of the same loop still. Let's finish it. Yes. Main scene. In the player. Signal hit. Pick. Oh, yes, forgot something. Cancel. This is in main. It's gotta be. It's gotta be in the main scene, right? Private void on. Hey, John Prey 6, welcome in. Not playing a game. On player hit. We say get node. I should just pass in that timer properly. So we will do this export thing again. Public timer. Mob timer, we call it. Get set has no default. Formatting comes in a second, and then we say mob timer stop. Yeah, basically just stop them from spawning in, and then they'll just sort of disperse from the screen. Player dies on contact and game ends. Like, not much to say to that commit. Yes, commit all the changes, whoopsie doopsie. Can we amend that last commit? Guess that. I hadn't saved main properly, so. And again. Right, let's test that out, huh? Maybe I should have tested before committing. Well, it's fine, it's fine. So they're still dying when we do it, and then, yes, we disappear and they're gone. Woo! Sweet. Good progress, good progress, good progress. Let's see what else. So basically what we're looking at right now, they've got sort of what they call a code checkpoint. Basically giving you the completed scripts so far. I'm actually happy with the fact that we've got everything working. Player script being the biggest one makes sense because you do all the interaction in there. Okay. See you in the next lesson to add the score and the retry option. Okay. Score and replay. In this pad will add the score, music playback, and the ability to restart the game. We have to keep track of the current score in a variable and display it on the screen using a minimal interface. We will use a text label to do that. So, okay. Add a new child node control to main name and user interface. Ensure you're on the 2D screen where you can edit your user interface. Interesting. Let's just follow along here, right? So in the main, we make a new, pardon me, control. It's literally just what it's called. Okay. We are automatically in 2D view. Add a label node to the control. This feels silly to do in the main scene. Like, I would probably have wanted to see this out in a different scene. Maybe. Sure. Let's add a child to that. Well, actually, let's name it first. User interface. Now we add a label. Right, just a label node, not label 3D. Sure. Call it store label. set the label's text in the inspector here too. Itchy nose. I need to change its color to see it at runtime. So theme overrides. Colors. Let's pick FFPP00, nice vibrant orange, and finally click and drag on the text in the viewport to move it away from the top left corner. Okay, we can do that. Let's so now I can see the entire viewport. I can maybe align it a bit better. I think I would also want it bigger, but sure. The user face node allows us to group our UI in a branch of the scene tree and use a theme resource that will propagate to all its children. We'll use it to set our game's font. Okay. I'm just asking a silly question here now for myself, right? If I reset this and go actually into user interface, theme, there's no theme overrides. Theme empty. So make a theme. Click on it to open the theme editor. In the bottom panel, it gives you a preview of all of how all the built-in UI widgets will look with your theme resource. So right. Text, can we do something here? Default base scale, default font, and default font size. Expand the fonts directory, click and drag onto the default font. So the right there. This font, we're going to skadoosh. Okay. Gesundheit. Anything else we can do here? Can we change the color here directly? That would be more to my liking. So set a default there. Wait. A label, right? Can we say for the label how to do your text? I have default override. Yes, show the defaults. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look here. I feel like I'm on the right track here, a little bit. Yes. What I do? I did a thing. I did something. Label resource. I clicked on font color. I added it. Can we? No, that's what I want. But I want the color to change. FFPP00. And I can see that having changed up there, which is awesome, by the way. Let's also, yes, set a default font size of maybe 22 pixels, apparently. See how that looks. No. I think I'm gonna go 36. Yes, ooh, I see your problem. Okay, I see your problem because the entire UI changes size as well, so we want to be sensible there. scale. Alright, okay, so you've passed that through into this label thing. Interesting. Maybe useful, maybe not. Not sure. Let's just... This is fine. Okay. Now we need to actually do something with this. Like... Maybe keep score would be a good idea, you know, and then maybe also learn how to change the display from 0 to the actual score. We attach a new script to the score label. It's like the first time I've seen it on like this sort of really sub element. Like I would have always imagined scripts to just be attached to like the main object, like in this case like the main scene. But you know, you learn something new every day, and this is exactly why we're doing this, right? It's a public partial class. I don't think we need any of this right now. Like we're not doing anything fancy here. We're just keeping track of a variable. So in this case, a private, excuse you, integer called, just because it's private, we have the underscore there. It's just a convention that people use. And the score should increase by 1 every time we squash a monster. We can use their squashed signal to know when that happens. Right, we can't... There's no signal to connect because the monsters are getting initiated from code, okay? Have to make the connection from the code every time we spawn a monster. Open the script main GD. Let's see here. On mob timer timeout, yes. You want me to mob.squash it. We're adding an event to it, basically, what I'm seeing here. Squashed is an event or a signal. So no, I'm not going to do that. We're going to do this export thing again, please. And it is a label, public label called score label with a getter and a setter. Is Alright, score label dot mob squashed score label using a score label. That's not a thing though. Oh right, that makes sense. Okay, so maybe I should have done that first. We need a function here, or a yes, a public void on mob squash it. Pascal case, please. What are we doing? We increased the score by 1, right? Score plus. They're saying here plus equals 1, but like we can just increase the score by 1, which is shorter, and just writing score plus. And we now set text to be right. You're literally inheriting that, so you know what text your own text property is. Cool. But yes, I understand more and more about this object-oriented programming part of it as well. We're doing a bit of string interpolation. Basically, say score. Let's keep the writing exactly the same so that initialize it doesn't look any different, and then we just add the score itself. Boom. Like, that seems it. And then if I now go through here again, well, still not seeing it. It could be I need to actually build it first before that would be a thing, but that is the function, honestly, trust me. Score label on mob squash, right? Yeah, it's right there, for fuck's sake. Well, to be fair, we haven't actually told them yet what the label actually contains. It's no real awareness at the moment. Oh god. Label does not contain a definition for unmob squashed. Just hold that thought. Right, build. Then I need in main, I need to take I need to take the mob timer and assign it there, and the score label needs to be assigned there, right? Let's make sure we've attached all the objects properly here. This should be fine now. Let's go and rebuild. I should have probably saved first, but yes, like this. But that's bullshit. We made that function. Score label comes from this label. It could be that we can't do this referencing with the label. It seems weird to me that we couldn't, but because our specific implementation of score label does have on mob squashed. Let's just copy the name from here. It's public, so it's not hidden away. Stop. I know what it is. I'm almost positive. When you add events, you... this here. Plus equals. This part is essentially still fine because we're just getting a different type of reference, not a different type, but just a different implementation of that same reference of score label where we're looking for it. That actually tells me something as well. Wait, I did do a fucky wucky here. It's not just a label, it is actually of type score label. There we go. Now it's completely aware of that function that we've created. Yes, that was me. And yeah, increment the score and display that. Right, let's test that out first before I go and just blindly commit that again. If it builds a chip site, or I just ship it and see if it builds. That's another way of going about it, I guess. That text is actually not very readable. It's a little too bright. But yes, the score is increasing, they're still disappearing. I need to find another one. Come here. But yes, okay, cool. Clotheth thyself. Thank you. Yeah, they're saying here, in a complex game, you may want to completely separate your user interface from the game world. In that case, you would not keep track of the score on the label. Instead, you may want to store it in a separate, dedicated object. But when prototyping or when your project is simple, it's fine to keep your code simple. Programming is always a balancing act. Yeah, sure. There's still a lot to do here. Well, okay. Be interesting to actually have a quick look how we would factor this out into a nicer way. Future type problems, let's commit this first, okay? We are now keeping score. If I could type correctly. Yes, commit, but remembering we had a little UX issue, user experience issue, I want to call it, where this text was just not all that visible, really. So let me remind myself. User interface, here's where we change it, right? And say, hey, I want this to maybe be more in the red spectrum, like I don't know, trying maybe. So this is 73 FF 7700. Let's try that. Can we actually, like, what does this look like in 3D? You can't even see that. Okay, interesting. You'd have to actually always run it. Run current scene. No, that's not what I want actually. Whoops. Oh no, okay, so you've collected. But score is a bit better. I like more. Right, it's more readable, I feel. Okay. Thank you. Save. Right, retrying the game. We'll now add the ability to play again after dying. When the player dies, we'll display a message on the screen and wait for input. Get back to main scene, select the user interface and add a color rectangle. Sure. Color rect. Yeah, get wrecked. There we go. It's apparently just called retry. I don't know. This node fills a rectangle with a uniform color and will serve as an overlay to darken the screen. Sure. To make it span over the whole viewport, you can use the anchor preset, I remember, and say do this, like full rectangle. It didn't. Okay, funny enough, they're actually saying nothing happens. Well, almost nothing. Only the 4 green pins move to the corners of the selecting box. This is because the UI nodes, all the ones with a green icon, work with anchors and margins relative to their parent's bounding box. Here, the user interface node has a small size and the retry one is limited by it. Select the user interface and apply the anchor preset, right? And tell it to be full rectangle. Again, there's this sort of inheritance parent-child relationship between these elements. Like, for example, I can now tell you to be more middle, say. Or not. Oh no, that's the user interface I'm clicking. That's not what I want. You. Just middle, it's tiny there, or we can just limit it. Yeah, but this makes sense, whereas we want it to obviously be maybe full rectangle. Both and transparent. So somewhere here in the color, we're gonna go on a sort of grayish, but we're gonna transparent that beige. Say 127 for halfway. Right, what's the bottom value? Is 0 and 255. So yeah, 127 is exactly halfway. Yeah. Seems fine. There's definitely a sort of darkening effect going on. I would probably make it darker in that case, though. Maybe like that. Seems actually a bit too transparent. Let's go somewhere in the 200 range, maybe. And then see how that behaves. Yes. Maybe. Yeah. We'll try it out. We'll see how it behaves in game with the actual camera and all that. We add a label as a child of retry. Right. I don't think I've actually asked today. How is everyone doing? It's nearly the end of the week. Yeah, okay. And give it the text excuse me. Press. What are you saying? Press enter to retry? I was gonna say enter. Press to retry. No, but it's fine. Press enter to retry. Sure. I would probably almost say any button or any key. Where's the any key? I don't like you there. Let's first off say your anchor is going to be right nice in the middle, right? And it's tiny. Like I want the text to be, I think, a bit more encouraging, more bigger, rarer. So why not theme overrides, possibly font sizes, and yeah, let's just bump that up. 48 seems cool. Yes, sir. Now we're needing to code this all off. Okay. In main, we're doing this. Sure. Let's say for now we have added the. I want to almost call it game over scene, right? Game over scene, screen, whatever. Yes, sir. Oh my goodness. It is my last break time. Would you believe it? So we're basically going to code up the retry of the game next, then we're going to add some music, and depending on how it goes, we might even add some character animations, which would be quite cool, but we need to see how it all goes and how much I understand. Anyways, guys, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. It's always well appreciated. And yeah, with that, I shall see you all very soon. And with that, I should be back. Let me just confirm. And yes, everything's looking good there. Anyways, guys, let's get to it. Coding the retry option. Basically, we need to be in the main scene and be doing things in there. Let's go and do just that. We need to public over. I have caps lock on. That would be useful to turn off. Override void ready. So basically, what are we doing on initialization is sort of the point here. We hide the entire retry interface. Sure, let me go and do this public user interface. No, retry is a color rect. That's what we need. We'll call it even retry interface. And see, we have a getter and a setter. Let me go and build that quickly together, so we can just hook that straight up into our retry interface. So main, there is this guy, right, hooked in, and we can now say, instead of this, we're going to just say, hey, retry interface dot hide. We don't want to see it in the beginning. Makes sense. Then when the player gets hit, show the overlay. So on player hit, we have the mob timer stop, and then we say, yeah, retry interface dot show, right? And then finally, when the node is visible, we need to listen to the player's input and restart the game if they press enter. To do this, we use the built-in unhandled input callback, which is triggered on any input. So this is an override that we're gonna do, right? Public override void unhandled input. Okay, you're just grabbing an input event, or any input event actually, and then giving it to us. And then we're going to say if that event, why add event? What is this? Why at? It's a weird naming convention. They're not being explicit about it, but it doesn't matter really, right? Is action pressed UI underscore accept. Oh, that's probably an action we would need to add to our input manager, right? No? No, it's a predefined input action. Okay. Okay. So if that is the input event and our retry interface is visible. It's visible in, no, not is, it's just dot visible, right? Then we get free, excuse you, dot reload current scene. The function getTree gives us access to the global scene tree object, which allows us to reload it and restart the current scene. I think it would also handle killing the game, which is maybe a point I want to make. I would like to react to, or I would like to be able to close the game somehow, but I think that would also require us to maybe make a pause menu or something like that. How would you even... Okay, the question came to mind, like, how would you even stop the game? Like, make every entity stop where it is, remember their initial velocities, and then continue. Interesting to see. one thing after another. I'm learning a lot today. Now we're dealing with music. Maybe we should actually test this first. Right? Because this should be, from what I'm seeing here, it should work. Let's build it. If it builds, it ships. It builds, okay. Does it game? No, not quite. So, what? I don't want to go back to the documentation and see what I missed. I want to understand what's actually happening, right? So the player emits the signal called hit, which right here, signal hit. We haven't ever hooked up yet. On player hit. That would help. Yes. I'll just check over again, but yeah, I feel like this may now work as intended. So let's rebuild. I'm not seeing any errors, all good. And we have game, and we have scorekeeping still, and let's have someone run into us, and nothing happens. I broke something. On player hit. Signal name hit. Gets rid of us. Right? Retry interface. So we gave you the interface, did we not? Not ground main. Yeah, which is essentially behind this color rect, right? Also, by the way, no, do not do this apparently. The player has a... No, on player hit is here. But it's the player that emits that signal when they die. which happens when the mob detector enters us. We know that works because we've seen ourselves disappear and the timer stops, so that part works. And it is as simple as just showing the interface that we've hidden initially when we said we are ready for the game. Right. It seems like so straightforward, and yet I can't make it work. Let's go and do this again, just for shits and giggles, okay? We make sure everything is hooked in where it needs to be, but I believe it's fine. Yeah, I don't think there was anything hooked into any of these things. We only have like one extra script which is in squall label, but we don't really care about anything there because we're not importing any external object. You're the only one that does this. So this is fine. Right, and retry should have a visible on off. That's like literally the thing. Right? Yeah. Right? And dot visible, yes. If okay, let's rebuild one more time and see what happens. Whoopsie doopsie. Nope, we're not dying. They are. But the collision doesn't seem to trigger. Just trying to understand what's happening here. Because we had this working. Right, we know we can jump and all that. Right, we're just grabbing that interface. We hide it when our game is ready, essentially. And handled input just runs, in our case, only if action is UI accept, which is probably enter, and the retry interface is visible. Right, then you just reload the current scene. When the player is getting hit, which doesn't seem to happen, that is the weird thing. Why not? We have the mob detector. Is it hooked in? That's a signal, right? Or are we in the player actually? Right? Yeah. We've we've hooked that in on mob detector body. Entered. I must say I find it weird how those two things have a different origin. So, what I'm meaning to say here, I know it's the collision shape itself that matters, right? This the guy that probably triggers realistically the does it? Some mob detector body entered. Did I do that right? Should that be actually on the collision shape itself? No, it doesn't even have the body entered property, so that is really part of area 3D. Or node 3D as a matter of fact. But isn't collision shape also just a node 3D? No, it's a node, okay. So, yeah, okay. Jeez, this feels silly that this doesn't do the thing that I would expect it to do. Because we have it displaying, we know we had collision working before. Because the game did do the stopping and everything. With the timer going off, we know that works because the mobs keep coming. We the player itself essentially entirely through code acts, right? On mob detector body entered, it's literally within the actual player function. All you do is you call die. Die is up here, which says emit the name, the signal called hit, and free. Wait a minute, where is? There's nothing happening during hit. Like we have a signal up here. We must do hit event handler, but it itself doesn't kick off anything I can see at the moment. Oh no, that's happening in here. Is that even right? Is this where it belongs? On player hit in main? Killing the player. I'm just gonna quickly check through here where we hit event handler. Settings, yeah, connect on, select mob detected. This is all happening in the player from what I'm seeing here, right? And then we're going into the main scene. Select the player. And connect hit to on player hit. Ah, right, okay. So there was a piece missing. So this needs to trigger on player hit. Right, connect. Which in main says stop the timer and then show the interface. Right, the player itself, however, makes itself disappear when the collision detection happens. This is when die happens. We then emit that signal hit and free our object, which means it disappears out of the context. We can't see it anymore and all that. Okay, I think... Well, the last time I tried that, something didn't work. It's fine. This is fine. Debugging is part of it. This is how you learn. This is, you know, mistakes is how you learn, actually. But it's fine. First off, are we still... Yes, we can still do the scoring and the jumping. And then we... Excuse you. Nothing. 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 I'm just sitting here. Just hit me. Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
It's fine, boy.
Huh. Okay. No.
It's fine.
Yeah. Just joking, boy. Yes. Stop the timer. I don't see you doing the die function emit signal name hit Q3. This is happening in the player, right? Player. It's just, yes, mob detector signals body entered on mob detector body entered. Yes. Right. If I go check that function, setting right here, is it? We emit die. Die causes us to say, make a signal called hit and free. Okay, so far I'm with you. Signal is on player hit. Hit event handler, which is right there. Huh. This seems silly that I broke this in a way. You're fine, boy. Yes. Right. When the player gets hit, you should handle that by going through the on-player hit function. Sure. The main that wasn't hooked up, by the way. I am just realizing. It goes to that ready function, connect. Now I know the mob timer has the signal hooked up. Retry shouldn't really have any signal or any other input, but that wouldn't have fixed that part, so why? See what happens when we build this. cannot connect ready to ready. Okay, you know this is not a thing. So basically, ready just gets called, right? That's what I'm assuming here. We've colored it. Public override void ready. Let's just here public override void underscore ready. Get that retry node. Soft type control. Are you sure? That may have been actually me. I've been using maybe the wrong type here. Which is why it wouldn't properly handle these parts, but still doesn't quite explain why it doesn't handle the collision anymore. But maybe it's somehow related. Anyways, let's try and build. See what happens. Run it. Some are a bit funkily oriented, but it's fine. Yeah, let me try and hit one. God, I'm really shit at this, but it doesn't matter. Not over here. So scoring works. And okay, we have a retry. Cool. That worked. Something not quite right with the hitbox. Watch. If we're getting hit front, like front to front, it don't seem to work. I think I need to make the hitbox bigger, the collision boxes. So we have the mob, which has a collision shape, which is yeah, probably a little bit too small then. Oh, yeah, maybe let's move it out a bit more, and definitely something like that. Maybe I think we need to definitely make those collision boxes a little bit more unfair, as it were, but also, you know, actually more realistic. And I feel the same is still true here for the front. Let me try and pull this out a bit more so it's actually covering that. Could do with more on the right here. Something like that, maybe. Okay. Then player. Player should actually be fine, I feel. Maybe it needs to be lower. We can't see it in relation, but like the mobs one is high enough to definitely cover that, I would imagine. Right. So we try again. Go and rebuild the whole thing and run it, okay? I missed them. And no, still not. We know it works, I just can't get the angle right apparently. Just needs to be just a lot more brutal, I think, in terms of the collision shape. I mean, that collision shape has nothing to do with mobs, so it's really down to this guy, right? Which is this big cylinder. So the first thing I'm going to do, I think I'm going to make it a bit thick. Right. A bit thicker anyways. And then let's increase its diameter just ever so slightly. Something seems... I should maybe have it like this. Hard to judge, if I'm being honest. Maybe it'd be easier if I actually made it more glossy. So we can judge it better, right? And make sure it's actually enclosing most of the rigid body here. Yeah, this looks better. And then I think I'm going to just bring it back slightly to that disc shape. Sort of there. Pardon me. Let's go see. That seems actually now a lot more intuitive. Yes. So we can still squash them, right? And that was maybe a little far out. Although it does seem okay. Like I don't see any obvious. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, we have proper collision detection. Let's go and save this. We can now retry after collision, and we'll also say fixed mob detector collision box. Pardon me. Sync that up into the repo. Right. Finally. Yeah, but 3D is definitely different. Now we do music, I thought. That was retrying, then adding music. To add music that plays continuously in the background, we're going to use another feature in Godot, auto loads. To play audio, all you need to do is add an audio stream player node to your scene and attach an audio file to it. Sure, we can do that. So like my main scene, right? We'll go up here and say main. We're gonna go and add a child called audio stream player. Just no 2D, 3D, no? No, just, okay. Audio stream player, sure. Create, and we shall call it the music player. Don't know what happened to my voice there. It's fine. Oh, oops. Whoopsie doopsie. This was not the intended thing to do. I was meaning to make a new scene apparently, and therein. Yes, create now the audio stream player and call it the music player. Okay. We include the music in the soundtrack art directory housed in the forest loop. Click and drag it onto the stream property in the inspector. There is the thing, and then we do the autoplay. Click, yeah, save the scene as music player. Sure. Yeah. Something dark side. We have to register it as an auto load. Head to the project settings menu and click on Global's auto load tab. Okay. Project settings. Globals. Auto load. In the path field, you want to enter the path to your scene. So the music player is the scene that we want to auto-load, is what you're saying, right? Music player now loads into any scene you open or play. So if you run the game now, the music will play automatically in any scene. Before we wrap up, remote and local. The remote tab allows you to visualize the node tree by running off your running game. 2 seconds. Okay, let's close this. Save this. When you run the game, your scene dock changes to give you 2 tabs, remote and local. The remote tab allows you to visualize the node tree of your running game. There you will see the main node and everything the main scene contains, and instantiated mobs at the bottom. So right, remote is what we would now. Yeah. Here's literally our running game with all its properties, and there's the retry now label, now visible. So let's make this a bit smaller and say I need more space really, but maybe if we just move you down here, we can. You're in the wrong. It's fine. You're not understanding what I wanted, but it's fine. Honestly, can we just one more? I want to see basically that label, the retry, not be visible right as we run. That's the point here. No, we can't see it expanded out because we had a scene change. Okay, fair enough. But yes, okay, you could do debugging like that, and see the game state. In the next part, we'll add an animation to make the game both look and feel much nicer, and for now we have completed code. Looking at the time, I feel like we've actually done a ton today, and I want to sort of now let this digest in my brain, and call it good for today. Honestly, I think we've done amazing at just getting this together. Me figuring out some more math that I never thought I would actually understand a lot more inherently. But yes, we now have music. Let's go and commit that. I'll sync those changes up. Boom. There'll be probably one more, yeah. Then we shall. I want to run this one more time. Yeah, it's fine. Shush you don't need to be connected to that anymore. Like, is there a way for me to just .NET run? This? I don't think you will let me do this, right? No. I didn't quite think this through. I wanted to actually maybe, you know, test the music quickly just to show that it's actually working, which it should. I don't know why it shouldn't, but let's do it anyways. And can we do a build of it? Like, I'd love to just run it from the terminal quickly. Is my point. I guess we could do an export into a Linux executable, and we will put it into the .build directory, maybe. Right? No, don't care about resources at the moment. This is just a, we'll even call it a Linux debug. It's a debug build. I don't think I need any of this right now. Just do it, right? Can I give you a name somewhere? Resources, patching, features, no. I'm sure there was a way somewhere, somehow. Something dark side template. Not sure, but we'll make it runnable, of course, and say export. Oh right, okay, you're asking me now. Haven't we just established that you should? Oh, okay. Let's actually make the path. Oh god. A new folder. Build. And we shall call it. Huh? Okay, this is not what I want. I'm realizing I maybe export project. It's not a package and zip I want really. Okay, let's just export it like this, like learning, Godot, 3D dot x86 underscore 64. Maybe like this. Oh, dot zip, I guess. Do. I think it did it, right? Close. Can we now, for sheets and giggles, go into, no, not you, this looks still reasonable. We should now have a build directory. Okay. Unzip that. Yeah, no, this is not what I want because this is just a source distribution. This isn't actually runnable. I don't see this being runnable. Like, there is no executable. Right. Whoopsie doopsie project. What did I? We did this before. There's something. Getting sidetracked right now, I think. Anyways, yeah, let's call it good for now. My brain's also a little bit frazzled. I shall be back tomorrow, maybe even with more of this. I don't know yet. I usually tend to go for Linux from scratch on Fridays, but I haven't decided yet. Truly. Let me go and pass you onto my raid screen. And remember, you can see in chat both pinned the repository we've been working on today. I'm not going to push this out into main. This is going to stay on the dev branch for now until it's done and dusted. Let me go also and find somewhere to read out, shall we? Yes, like so. I will pause the music and we shall have a look. Who's basically online and what are they doing? Go look at one of my followings at the moment and then look at low numbers and just try and support as good as I can. Guys, it's been absolutely amazing, by the way, just for joining me and everything. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's go there. A little bit of World of Warcraft because why not? Yes, let me. Where is my chatbot? Thank you. Prepare a custom raid message, hoping that it works today. Because yesterday Frosty Tools wasn't too happy. Guys, again, thank you so much. Love yous all. I couldn't do this without yous. It's as simple as that. But I've honestly had fun today. I've had a bit of an aha moment a couple of times, so that's awesome, right? Can we please copy? Apologies, I had a big sneeze in me there. Can we copy this message somehow? Is my chatbot just not wanting to talk to me? It's fine. I can copy it from here. Guys, I will say thank you so much for joining me today. I will see you all tomorrow. Love you all, and with that, peace out and bye. Where's my? Oh, wait a minute. Where's my rate button? I haven't got a rate button. That's. Did I do something wrong here?
Don't start. Don't start. Oh.
I honestly, just 2 seconds here. 2 L's at the end. What do you mean, invalid username? What am I doing wrong? Can I not type anymore? Is that what's happening? No? Yes. There we go. Tech issues. What can we say? Guys, I shall see you all tomorrow with that. Peace out. Bye. Goodbye.